He in the chat. I see y'all already. Mic check, mic check. I want to make sure my levels are good. Realm, talk to me right quick. Let me know if y'all can hear me. Okay. I see Lydian Master in there. I see Pop Knop 2 in there. Brewski Boy. All right. ILP LFG. Okay. G Park. Okay. Galveston. Okay. Galveston said I sound good. G Park here. G, can you give a mic check to the people right quick?
10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5.
That's
4,
professional.
3,
You hear that? That's that
2,
Washington
1.
Post right there. Woo! That boy professional. Let's go. Yeah, he good. Y'all heard Gene okay? What's up, Live Supremacy? All right, cool. No doubt. I appreciate it, y'all. I'm doing a new setup right now. So Lord Addict helped me set something up for the first time. So we're trying to get the stream better on the back end. So that's why we're doing all this. But we got the legendary Gene Park in the building. We will talk to y'all in a minute. Lord King, Lord Saul, everybody's waking up and pulling up. So we're going to talk to y'all. But we're going to have a good show today, man. Have some fun. Don't tell me to fix my face. I honestly, what's wrong? You fix your face. Stu Jersey, what up? I see you. So look, we will be back. We got the legendary Gene Park in the building. Yeah, I'm hyped too. We got some fun. We're gonna talk some games. I'm excited. So anyway, see y'all in a bit.
Hear ye, man. Welcome to the show. If you would not mind, go ahead and find yourself a spot, get comfortable, grab a snack, do all that good stuff that we need to do, and we're about to get started. It's not important who I am. What's important is that you are pulling up to the Iron Lords podcast right now as we speak, and I guess I'm here to keep you entertained until it's time to get this show started. So look. Y'all done messed up and turned me to an animal. And haters be swearing they real, but come to find out that they really mechanical. And yeah, I be eating these rappers, but that's all a part of me being a cannibal. And they say I'm better than money because you can bank on me being accountable. I know a million rappers that don't want to be on a song with me, that's understandable. I kill a beat and they want to compare me to Freddie and Jason. I'd rather be Hannibal. They be like, why use a video game? Just be original, y'all too dramatical. I know it's random, but I am addicted to flipping the sample and making it flammable. This is that yoga, fire, flame. They think it's arson up in the apartment, they call it department and I get the blame. Still I be running, collecting them rains. You just a target when I'm in the range. I was the hardest to start regardless back when you was messaging people on AIM. Check my vocals, all on Twitter, but I'm anti-social. Love my city, but I'm still bi-coastal. I got nah, let's switch that up.
What is you doing?
What I want to do?
Don't stop. Nah, that was dope.
I'm just
Keep that going. Nah, go ahead.
Look, I guess you could say that I'm very spoiled. For them to be your dogs, they ain't very loyal. But I ain't gonna hold you, I ain't here to boil you. You ain't gotta say it, I'm embarrassed for you. Always been a nerd, never been a loser. Making Voltron with a gang of cougars. And I'm going places, better tell a Uber. Cause it's pretty hard to sleep on Freddy Krueger. Let's do that again. Hear ye, man. Welcome to the show. If you would not mind, go ahead and find yourself a spot, get comfortable, grab a snack, do all that good stuff that we need to do, and we're about to get started. It's not important who I am. What's important is that you are pulling up to the Iron Lords podcast right now as we speak, and I guess I'm here to keep you entertained until it's time to get this show started. So look. Y'all done messed up and turned me to an animal. And haters be swearing they real, but come to find out that they really mechanical. And yeah, I be eating these rappers, but that's all a part of me being a cannibal. And they say I'm better than money because you can bank on me being accountable. I know a million rappers that don't want to be on a song with me, that's understandable. I kill a beat and they want to compare me to Freddie and Jason. I'd rather be Hannibal. They be like, why use a video game? Just be original, y'all too dramatical. I know it's random, but I am addicted to flipping the sample and making it flammable. This is that yoga, fire, flame. They think it's arson up in the apartment, they call it department and I get the blame. Still I be running, collecting them rains. You just a target when I'm in the range. I was the hardest to start regardless back when you was messaging people on AIM. Check my vocals, all on Twitter, but I'm anti-social. Love my city, but I'm still bi-coastal. I got nah, let's switch that up.
What is you doing?
What I want to do?
Don't stop. Nah, that was dope.
I'm just
Keep that going. Nah, go ahead.
Look, I guess you could say that I'm very spoiled. For them to be your dogs, they ain't very loyal. But I ain't gonna hold you, I ain't here to boil you. You ain't gotta say it, I'm embarrassed for you. Always been a nerd, never been a loser. Making Voltron with a gang of cougars. And I'm going places, better tell a Uber. Cause it's pretty hard to sleep on Freddy Krueger. Let's do that again. Hear ye, man. Welcome to the show. If you would not mind, go ahead and find yourself a spot, get comfortable, grab a snack, do all that good stuff that we need to do, and we're about to get started. It's not important who I am. What's important is that you are pulling up to the Iron Lords podcast right now as we speak, and I guess I'm here to keep you entertained until it's time to get this show started. So look. Y'all done messed up and turned me to an animal. And haters be swearing they real, but come to find out that they really mechanical. And yeah, I be eating these rappers, but that's all a part of me being a cannibal. And they say I'm better than money because you can bank on me being accountable. I know a million rappers that don't want to be on a song with me, that's understandable. I kill a beat and they want to compare me to Freddie and Jason. I'd rather be Hannibal. They be like, why use a video game? Just be original, y'all too dramatical. I know it's random, but I am addicted to flipping the sample and making it flammable. This is that yoga, fire, flame. They think it's arson up in the apartment. They call it department and I get the blame. Still I be running, collecting them rings. You just a target when I'm in the range. I was the hardest to start regardless back when you was messaging people on AIM. Check my vocals. All on Twitter, but I'm anti-social. Love my city, but I'm still bi-coastal. I got... Nah, let's switch that up.
What is you doing?
What I wanna do?
Don't stop. Nah, that was dope.
I'm
Keep
just
that,
super
keep that, keep that going, keep that going. Nah, go ahead.
Look, I guess you could say that I'm very spoiled. For them to be your dogs, they ain't very loyal. But I ain't gonna hold you, I ain't here to boil you. You ain't gotta say it, I'm embarrassed for you. Always been a nerd, never been a loser. Making Voltron with a gang of cougars. And I'm going places, better tell a Uber. Cause it's pretty hard to sleep on Freddy Krueger. Whew. Let's do that again. Hear ye, man. Welcome to the show. If you would not mind, go ahead and find yourself a spot, get comfortable, grab a snack, do all that good stuff that we need to do, and we're about to get started. It's not important who I am. What's important is that you are pulling up to the Iron Lords podcast right now as we speak, and I guess I'm here to keep you entertained until it's time to get this show started. So look. Y'all done messed up and turned me to an animal. And haters be swearing they real, but come to find out that they really mechanical. And yeah, I be eating these rappers, but that's all a part of me being a cannibal. And they say I'm better than money because you can bank on me being accountable. I know a million rappers that don't want to be on a song with me, that's understandable. I kill a beat and they want to compare me to Freddie and Jason. I'd rather be Hannibal. They be like, why use a video game? Just be original, y'all too dramatical. I know it's random, but I am addicted to flipping the sample and making it flammable. This is that yoga, fire, flame. They think it's arson up in the apartment. They call it department and I get the blame. Still I be running, collecting them rings. You just a target when I'm in the range. I was the hardest to start regardless back when you was messaging people on AIM. Check my vocals. All on Twitter, but I'm anti-social. Love my city, but I'm still bi-coastal. I got... Nah, let's switch that up.
What is you doing?
What I wanna do?
Don't stop. Nah, that was dope.
I'm
Keep
just
that,
super
keep that, keep that going, keep that going. Nah, go ahead.
Look, I guess you could say that I'm very spoiled. For them to be your dogs, they ain't very loyal. But I ain't gonna hold you, I ain't here to boil you. You ain't gotta say it, I'm embarrassed for you. Always been a nerd, never been a loser. Making Voltron with a gang of cougars. And I'm going places, better tell a Uber. Cause it's pretty hard to sleep on Freddy Krueger. Whew. Let's do that again. Hear ye, man. Welcome to the show. If you would not mind, go ahead and find yourself a spot, get comfortable, grab a snack, do all that good stuff that we need to do, and we're about to get started. It's not important who I am. What's important is that you are pulling up to the Iron Lords podcast right now as we speak, and I guess I'm here to keep you entertained until it's time to get this show started. So look. Y'all done messed up and turned me to an animal. And haters be swearing they real, but come to find out that they really mechanical. And yeah, I be eating these rappers, but that's all a part of me being a cannibal. And they say I'm better than money because you can bank on me being accountable. I know a million rappers that don't want to be on a song with me, that's understandable. I kill a beat and they want to compare me to Freddie and Jason. I'd rather be Hannibal. They be like, why use a video game? Just be original, y'all too dramatical. I know it's random, but I am addicted to flipping the sample and making it flammable. This is that yoga, fire, flame. They think it's arson up in the apartment. They call it department and I get the blame. Still I be running, collecting them rings. You just a target when I'm in the range. I was the hardest to start regardless back when you was messaging people on AIM. Check my vocals. All on Twitter, but I'm anti-social. Love my city, but I'm still bi-coastal. I got... Nah, let's switch that up.
What is you doing?
What I wanna do?
Don't stop. Nah, that was dope.
I'm
Keep
just
that,
super
keep that, keep that going, keep that going. Nah, go ahead.
Look, I guess you could say that I'm very spoiled. For them to be your dogs, they ain't very loyal. But I ain't gonna hold you, I ain't here to boil you. You ain't gotta say it, I'm embarrassed for you. Always been a nerd, never been a loser. Making Voltron with a gang of cougars. And I'm going places, better tell a Uber. Cause it's pretty hard to sleep on Freddy Krueger. Whew. Let's do that again. Hear ye, man. Welcome to the show. If you would not mind, go ahead and find yourself a spot, get comfortable, grab a snack, do all that good stuff that we need to do, and we're about to get started. It's not important who I am. What's important is that you are pulling up to the Iron Lords podcast right now as we speak, and I guess I'm here to keep you entertained until it's time to get this show started. So, look. Y'all done messed up and turned me to an animal. And haters be swearing they real, but come to find out that they really mechanical. And yeah, I be eating these rappers, but that's all a part of me being a cannibal. And they say I'm better than money because you can bank on me being accountable. I know a million rappers that don't want to be on a song with me, that's understandable. I kill a beat and they want to compare me to Freddie and Jason. I'd rather be Hannibal. They be like, why use a video game? Just be original, y'all too dramatical. I know it's random, but I am addicted to flipping the sample and making it flammable. This is that yoga, fire, flame. They think it's arson up in the apartment, they call it department and I get the blame. Still I be running, collecting them rings. You just a target when I'm in the range. I was the hardest to start regardless back when you was messaging people on AIM. Check my vocals, all on Twitter but I'm anti-social. Love my city but I'm still bi-coastal. I got, let's switch that up.
What is you doing?
What I wanna do,
Don't
man.
stop. Nah, that was dope.
I'm
Keep
just
that
super
going.
nervous.
Keep that going. Nah, go ahead.
Look, I guess you could say that I'm very spoiled. For them to be your dogs, they ain't very loyal. But I ain't gon' hold ya, I ain't here to boil you. You ain't gotta say it, I'm embarrassed for ya. Always been a nerd, never been a loser. Making Voltron with a gang of cougars. And I'm going places, better tell a Uber. Cause it's pretty hard to sleep on Freddy Krueger. Let's do that again. Hear ye, man. Welcome to the show. If you would not mind, go ahead and find yourself a spot, get comfortable, grab a snack, do all that good stuff that we need to do, and we're about to get started. It's not important who I am. What's important is that you are pulling up to the Iron Lords podcast right now as we speak, and I guess I'm here to keep you entertained until it's time to get this show started. So, look. Y'all done messed up and turned me to an animal. And haters be swearing they real, but come to find out that they really mechanical. And yeah, I be eating these rappers, but that's all a part of me being a cannibal. And they say I'm better than money because you can bank on me being accountable. I know a million rappers that don't want to be on a song with me, that's understandable. I kill a beat and they want to compare me to Freddie and Jason. I'd rather be Hannibal. They be like, why use a video game? Just be original, y'all too dramatical. I know it's random, but I am addicted to flipping the sample and making it flammable. This is that yoga, fire, flame. They think it's arson up in the apartment, they call it department and I get the blame. Still I be running, collecting them rings. You just a target when I'm in the range. I was the hardest to start regardless back when you was messaging people on AIM. Check my vocals, all on Twitter but I'm anti-social. Love my city but I'm still bi-coastal. I got, let's switch that up.
What is you doing?
What I wanna do,
Don't
man.
stop. Nah, that was dope.
I'm
Keep
just
that
super nervous.
going. Nah, go ahead.
Look, I guess you could say that I'm very spoiled. For them to be your dogs, they ain't very loyal. But I ain't gon' hold ya, I ain't here to boil you. You ain't gotta say it, I'm embarrassed for ya. Always been a nerd, never been a loser. Making Voltron with a gang of cougars. And I'm going places, better tell a Uber. Cause it's pretty hard to sleep on Freddy Krueger. Let's do that again. I'ma just chill and watch them and eat snacks in the attic. I wanted to chill with the pack and be like a young whoop, but then they would mistake me for addict. If I can imagine it's cool to give you some advice, then invite your girl to your squadron. Cause if you don't give her that option, you gon' be single player like Sovereign. You gon' get tossed in the bushes by King David. Royalty and not a pretender. Detrimental to an elemental, what's an avatar to a knee bender. I gotta be me though. I know it's my destiny, word to Cognito. Who cares if you fly, if you still a mosquito? You swear you ain't stuntin', but really be Steve-O. You like to collect stuff and that's cool, but I got bad news. Even if you really was that dude, King David still be the king of the statues. Since a juvenile, I've been cursed with a curse to be musical. And if you hate it, we'll meet in the crucible. Other than that, then it's cool and it's beautiful. We let you know that your dreams are pursuable. Whatever you wanna do, then it's doable. If you got work on a Sunday, it's suitable. Cause you can listen to this in your cubicle on the Lord's Day. Woo. If you got work on a Sunday, it's suitable. Cause you can listen to this in your cubicle on the Lord's Day.
Now, what we're going to do is, I see levels. I just need a little mic check from anybody real quick.
Hola.
Hola, hola, hola. I see levels.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Mic check. Mic check.
Cool.
Mic check. Sounds
Gene
good.
in the building. That's what's up. I think we are good. And Hear ye, hear ye. We are live. Welcome to the Iron Lords Podcast, LLC, and also live on lordsofgaming.net. Episode number 287. It's another glorious Sunday. We're back at the round table on the Lord's Day. I'm extremely excited about our special guest, and we've got the Xbox Developer Direct, Last of Us HBO series, and Ubisoft's future to discuss, so we're going to get right into it. I want to introduce a Lord whose credentials, dedication to his craft, and deep respect within the ranks of professional journalism are truly a sight to behold. Not only does this Lord always exude a pure passion for the art of video games, but is also an honest defender of the culture, exuding unparalleled strength as one of our absolute favorite survivors. Introducing the Washington Post games reporter and the host of the G Park YouTube channel, the Lord of Action Adventure, FGC Community, and JRPGs, whose love for Tribe Called Quest and 3-6 Mafia easily certifies him as official in these hip-hop streets. Live from D.C. and the pride of Cal State Fullerton, who is kind enough to make his debut into the realm of the Lords, my man, Lord Gene Park of the Washington Post. How we doing, sir?
My liege, good to be here in the realm of the Lords. It's amazing. It makes amazing to be here, and an honor to receive one of those legendary intros that you always give. Like I've been watching you guys show, and I'm like, man, every intro just like knocks it out of the park. It's amazing.
Thank you, brother.
Just out of curiosity, how'd you come across us?
Oh, you want to know already? That's the later question. All right, but he want to know that. Attic want to know. He want to know how you first came across the Lord, or when did you first come across the Lord?
It was actually through you, Lord Cog, through Defining Duke. You know, I knew Maddie before that, and I was like, Lord Cog's got to come from somewhere too. And I looked it up, and I was like, okay, there you go.
That's what's up, man. Much appreciated, man. Shout out to Mr. Maddie Plays. You already know what it is. So first of all, how you feeling, brother? And what have you been playing?
Good. I've been feeling good. You know, as many of you know, I just got through beating cancer. Crazy stuff, right?
Absolutely.
Excellent.
Hopefully it stays that way.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I've just been trying to get used to feeling good again. You know, and I'm playing a lot of games.
Mm-hmm.
It's interesting. You catching me at an interesting time. I'm playing a game that's embargoed right now.
Ooh,
I don't think I can talk about it quite yet.
We ain't gonna do that friend DA. I'm your friend, G. You can tell me. You can break NDA, just ruin your career.
Yeah, man. The man just beat cancer. You tried to get him to quit his job.
Listen, man, he's your friend. He's amongst the Lords. NDA don't mean nothing.
If that happens, he won't be quitting his job.
Like what King said, I'm just
ask him
another
to resign.
NDA dude. So just another NDA dude.
Okay, he said NDA dude.
Wow. You watched.
He watched
last week.
I watched last week. Yeah. I've been playing the Darksiders trilogy. Remember that? Those games?
Ooh,
Yeah.
I like.
Yeah.
What's your favorite?
You know what? 2 is better, but I have a soft spot for 1.
Yes,
Yeah.
I do too. I like War.
Yeah, War.
I like War. Like I like the characters. You know, like you got the Joker up in the mix up there.
Mhm.
Mark Hamill. And it's just those are just nice simple games. They remind me of like Legacy of Kain, Soul Reaver.
Yes.
Classics.
Open world puzzle games.
Yeah.
So it's
Kind of Zelda-like, especially that first one. Yeah.
very Zelda-like. So and we haven't had a good Zelda in a good while. So I was like, okay, well, I can do some Darksiders.
Hopefully we get one this year.
Yeah.
Exactly, that'd be nice.
Yeah.
Mhm.
The NDA dude
just
was saying
don't put Starfield right next to it.
Yeah.
Kill with Starfield.
yeah.
Man, stop running from stuff.
You know what's funny, man? There were so many bars from that Starfield versus Zelda thing. That was like half the clip.
Yeah, the
last
clips was
week.
crazy last
Like,
week with the Starfield section. It was absolutely nice. But anyway, so it's been just that, Gene?
I've been playing River City Girls too.
Ooh.
You know me, I'm huge into FGC, but like as part of the FGC, you usually are into also brawlers too.
Yes.
Yes. Beat 'em ups and brawlers are part of are kind of like part of that lineage too, like Final Fight.
Talk
So
it.
for me, River City Ransom is like one of the first games I played back in the NES days.
Yes.
I was like, it was like Grand Theft Auto 3 for me back in the day. It was like you could just walk around like punch dudes, get money, and like eat and like take a bath and like do all kinds of stuff. Like that's crazy. I was like this is the metaverse right here. Right?
Bro.
So the fact that we're still getting like River City Girls games, like River City games, that you could still do that. You can still walk around and beat up dudes and like just go to shops and stuff like that and level up. Like it's so addictive. So
I'm with you, bro. We come from that era. I mean, since we saw with the Double Dragons and the final fights and side scroller beat 'em ups, man. That's what it was. Absolutely. I love that. Love the choices there. You already know. Then we got the 4 horsemen of gaming, those original Lords of the Realm at the round table. Kind of abbreviated intros because we want to get as much in. We got a big show today.
Addict.
Not King. Don't come in for Addict. It's really actually it's King. King is Addict be good, man.
You'll be like,
Addict.
You know you better give me your time, Addict.
Yeah, that's what it is. He makes every goal gotta go quick, and then he takes their time.
Gene, it's always Addict and solve.
Yeah, you know me. I'm such a talker.
Such a talker.
Just because the guy I am, I'll step on that grenade. It's me. It's always me.
And speaking of just you, my co-host with the co-most, my brother from another mother, the difficult game conqueror, Lord of his own world, and the how of the young wolf. My man, Lord Addict of the Addict Show, fresh off that Punch Out. Woo, millennials playing Punch Out. How it went?
It was. I honestly say out of all the whack stuff you guys be making me play, that was definitely probably the funnest thing.
That Punch Out fire, right?
I actually enjoy doing that.
Nice.
You know, I definitely could beat that game if I put more time into it and learn more of the patterns. Because if you really like break it down, after I fought them, it only took me probably about 20-30 minutes to learn their patterns. It's pretty much just playing like a Dark Souls game. You have to learn the structure on how they fight, and then you have to find a way to go through the little holes. I was just like, the D-pad's hard for me to use because I didn't come from that era, and like sometimes I'll try to go like left or right, but I go straight, get hit, and go left or right, go straight.
Our diagonals was a little shaky back then and stuff. Listen,
so it was a fun time.
How about after this, you play the original Punch Out?
Isn't that the original Punch Out?
No.
Oh, you talking about the big boy one with the arcade
with the green
silhouette?
Nah,
I don't do that to him. But the one you played,
you're fine there.
You're fine.
Nintendo took stole a nice formula and it was good.
They definitely made it better because the other one is horrible.
The last one I played, the last dude I beat on there, I think was the bald dude.
Oh, Ball.
Okay.
So, but I heard King Hippo was outside.
Yeah, in the beginning, I called King Hippo.
King Hippo was always putting hands on people in the beginning.
When he was moving, I noticed he had like a little bandage on his stomach, so I kind of figured that's what was going on. And everyone else, this big dude, strength, they sitting there flexing, and this dude come out there looking like he a villain off of something. So so clearly they wanted you to look at his gut like that. So I was like, but at first I thought you had to like just hit him, and then it's like, no, you have to hit him with his mouth open. I'm like, and then see they trick you because his regular attacks, the attacks that he regularly does and the ones he do with his mouth open are literally scripted the exact same way. So you have to wait. Right. But what I noticed is like when you hit him and he doesn't like do it with his mouth open, like he just stops the attack. He doesn't actually attack you. So it was the black dude. What's that dude's name? King. That's the dude that gave me more issues. Teleporting.
Oh, you talking about Tiger?
Oh, yeah,
Great Tiger. Yeah. Oh, Great Tiger's a problem. Yeah, Great Tiger's a problem.
I beat him. But I got to the point where I could beat him pretty easy. Like he had. When he was doing like the side swipe, like literally you just hit that side, you get those stars. Those stars I was obsessed with. I'm like, how do I get those?
It was Don Flamaco
that
was giving him
because at first he didn't know how to dodge out of the way of those, so he was just getting rocked.
No, it's not that. It's like he would kind of like. I noticed like when he came off of a round or a knockout, he would immediately try to hit you once, and he wouldn't do the hit me like. So it was a fun time. I will admit it was a fun time.
I appreciate you.
I told you I don't take long.
No, this is. Oh, that was a setup. That was. I know what you did there.
Technically, he asked me about Punch Out.
Anyway, moving on.
You want to talk about combat talk, then talk about this, then talk about that, and then talk about some PlayStation fanboy that's on Twitter,
and then do a man talk. Anyway, so that's been it. And other than that, what have you been playing, sir?
That was about all. I've been playing a lot of Chained Echo.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Attic is lying.
Mm-hmm.
I've been playing Fortnite too.
Okay.
I mean that at this point that's just a given. Like I've been playing Fortnite like every week. You know, it just I really enjoy it. I enjoy the way that I used to think Call of Duty is the most influential game in history. No, Fortnite beats Call of Duty by a mile because it's crazy how mainstream they've made everything. You want to go in there playing as Deku from My Hero? We got you. Goku, we got you. Darth Vader, we got you. There's no other game in history you could think that you could go in there. They have people making commercials with different characters. Like it's just insane.
Yeah, the pop culture is crazy. Salute. And of course, we have our most technical gaming lord, the solo gamer who lives for the single player selfish experience. And also the Sostradamus, the Lord of Clarity and Lord Patron of the Iron Bank. My man, Lord Sovereign. How we doing, sir?
I am good, doing fantastic. I didn't have much time for gaming this week. I did just a little bit of Vampire Survivors, but not much beyond that. Cool. I want to give Addict a shout out though. You know why? Because I love it when like somebody comes to a game like a game they never played before. This game is like 35 years old. Yeah. And you have that first experience because there's nothing like that first experience, no matter how old the game is.
Yeah, that's another thing. People in the chat was like clowning on me, and I was like, "Dude, you played this like for 5 years straight, never beat it."
Yeah,
so
but it is like it's all in good fun because again, 35 years when we were sitting there as young kids playing that game the first time, we're getting smoked by Glass Joe, getting smoked by Von Kaiser, and it's this thing of like to see somebody going through that for the first time all these years later is so much fun because listen, I try to do that. I try to guinea pig my nephew all the time. Like, hey, try this game, like because they
don't care about it.
No, they don't. I'm like, try this game, is awesome. He's like, it's not Fortnite to you. I want to play Fortnite, and I'm like, you're killing me, kid. Yeah, I know. So it's fun when somebody does that because again, it's a new experience to them, and it's like being back there again in that moment.
Yes, yeah, and then you recognize the greatness of the game, right?
Exactly. Because that's a game that holds up.
It holds up.
Like Addict said, some of the other stuff that he's played, some of the stuff that he's played, even Ninja Gaiden and stuff like that. That stuff hasn't aged as well. It's tough.
I like Ninja Gaiden. That was an okay game.
Yeah.
I really enjoyed Punch Out, but the one by far I didn't like was Shinobi. I would have
had you play Ninja Scroll for Turbo Graphics instead.
Oh, Ninja Spirits?
Ninja Spirit. Yeah, TG16.
Yeah, that's a tough game. That's a tough game.
Anything else, well, that's been it.
Or last night I got to extend the birthday festivities once again. You know how Puerto Ricans do. We sell 8 days at a time.
8 days. 8 days of birthday. Damn, the birthday was last week.
All celebrations are at least 8 days. So I went out with Lord Marlonius.
Salute.
Shout out to Marley. We were in Jersey. We had some fantastic Cuban food. That was amazing. Yes, sir. And then we went to a place I guess you New Jersey guys would know about it. It's called Retrocades.
Yes.
Retrocades is awesome because it is like a classic. It's like a big family environment. It's a huge arcade sort of space where you have a bunch of old school games. You have pinball games. You have pool tables. I mean, they had a Pong. Whatchamacallit?
Wow.
A huge Pong. Sort of a what do they call it? I forget what they call it. It's like the huge Pong table. Pool tables. They have a space for like birthday parties, air hockey, and then they also have multiple television setups with different consoles on each, like retro consoles on each. So you could be playing PS5 and Xbox Series X on one. The one right next to it would be like an N64 and a PS1, and you could just pick between them and sit on a couch and play all these old school games. And going there with Marlon is fun because Marlon again he fell off pretty much at the PS3 generation, huge gap. So he's seen some of these games. He's like, so they were playing New Super Mario Brothers U or something on the remaster or the re-release for the Switch.
Yeah.
And he's like, what game is that? I'm like, that's on the Switch, dude. Like that's, and he's looking at it like in awe. Like I can't even see. So and that's another thing. When I see Marlon play games, I enjoy that because you know, again, he's so far behind that it's all brand new.
It's
to him.
brand new to him because he missed out a
Facts.
couple
He
generations.
was our
It's so
tester.
much fun. But we were getting a retro on yesterday. It was fun that we were talking about those beat 'em ups because we were playing. We played Captain America and the Avengers. We played X-Men. They had the X-Men 6-player cabinet there. Although a lot of the sticks were busted or whatever, but it was still fun to play. They had Turtles in Time, obviously. They have all this other stuff. Alien versus Predator.
man.
Old school NBA Jam. We love. I love this
Alien
stuff.
versus Predator.
Capcom, yeah,
Oh my God, yo,
Capcom
that
was on point.
I forgot how good that freaking thing
It
is.
was so good.
Oh man, what they didn't have was Final Fight, and they didn't have the Punisher. Which the Punisher's another
Punisher,
great
yeah.
title.
The Punisher. Oh.
Yes.
So, but I got a little bit of
Which
my
one? You talking
Tekken
about the
on.
one from Capcom or the one from Sega? No,
The one
Sega
from
did
no, Sega did the 3D one that
Yeah,
was
3D one,
on the
yeah.
Xbox, right, and PlayStation 2. Yeah, no, this was the arcade one, and that was fun too.
That's
So
for that
they,
in the cabinet as well.
yeah, they didn't have that, but it was just a fun time. I got to play a little bit of Tekken, arcade Tekken. I still had it. I
Oh, you
pulled
still
up the
had it?
Rolling Dead Cradle, baby.
You pulled out the
Rolling Death
Wow,
Cradle
that's
in the
beastie on arcade. That's beastie. I'll give you credit.
It's muscle memory, man. It's muscle
Yeah, I give you
I
credit.
would have been mad as hell.
I'd have been mad.
Yeah,
We did that to an arcade. We had to
Yeah,
fight.
nah, in the
man.
house when he used to
Yeah,
do that. This
the
guy,
cat.
yeah,
Once
you
he
put the
catches,
controller down.
yeah.
This guy.
Hate with Saw. Gee, like Saw was a beast with the character King in Tekken, and he'll get you in those wrestling locks and those links, and you'll just watch your energy.
Irritating.
Oh,
Yeah.
but playing against a master King player, and you just see your energy bar whittle down, and you can't escape.
I remember that one time
helpless.
that I'm fighting him, and then I managed to get out, and he got me in right
Back
after. I broke out. He grabbed me up and did it again. I said, "Oh man, the hell with this dude."
No doubt.
Because there's only one part that you can escape from. If you miss that window, you're done.
Yeah, those are the time of the links. But that's been it,
man.
sir.
That was it, man. Shout out to Marley. It was a great extended birthday celebration.
Shout out to Lord Barlonius, you already know. And of course, we have the incredible Hulk of this, aka the Excess Gamer.
Ooh,
The prophet of Xbox.
Swami.
King of the statues, who demands nothing less than that premium experience. It is the leader of the fraud alert movement.
Ooh,
Beloved. Lord King, how we doing, sir?
fantastic. No combat talk yesterday. Had a good day.
Nice.
Did the Lord's Minute. That was fun.
Shout out to
So
Lord Time.
look out for that on the Lord's Gaming of .net, where we have a ton of good stuff up there.
Yeah. We at the
No.
Washington Post. We all right. I got to talk my talk. Good.
Oh no, nothing. This week I've been playing Sonic. Shout out to Everborn calling me on that Monday with the. I heard you was talking greasy about Sonic talk.
Oh, yeah.
He the Sonic police. He pull up. He don't care.
We got
And
G
then,
here. G Sonic, too. Yeah.
I gave him my arguments for why it was the wackest, most boring, disjointed Frankenstein of a Sonic that I've ever seen.
You ain't gonna like G.
I don't know that.
G gonna come at you. He got a nice
Strong
review up.
statements.
Going hard on.
No,
Going hard for Frontiers.
I'm gonna tell you why, and it's very simple. Sonic is not drab and boring, and that overworld is just that. The sound they could have. I know it's a dystopian
argue with
world, but that it just felt so disconnected. And then when you have the going in the like the Sonic Adventure levels, those are really tight. But it feels like when they took Zack Snyder's Justice League and gave Josh Whedon it, and it was a Frankenstein of a movie. This feels like a Frankenstein of a game. Like it was two different ideas going on with the game, and it disconnects the player from the game because all you want to do is get to the Sonic levels where you bursting around and you want to avoid the hub world, but you can't avoid the hub world because that's where you get your powers, and that's where they're trying to take Sonic. So it just felt so disjointed.
What I've seen on that Sonic game is it feels like that's the right direction. Just do something different with that foundation.
Poorly executed. Right direction, poorly
I
executed.
gotta let Gene get his balls off. He got a great article about it. Gene, do you have any counters to this Sonic slander?
No, I actually have to agree. You know, like the music in the Sonic, the adventure stages are W. You know, like they're absolutely amazing. You know, like it's just all dance tracks. It's amazing. You can play that in the club and then people won't even notice, right?
Yeah.
but the music in the overworld, like he said, it's kind of an L because like the energy just leaves you, you know, and you like you don't feel it anymore, and it's not like supposed to be fun. So yeah, it's a little weird, but you know, like for me, like I just like running around Sonic in an open world, like I don't even have to do anything, so that's just fun for me.
No
So
doubt.
it's like for Sonic fans, like the bar is lower for us. So it's like,
Oh my God. Gee.
You're willing to accept.
You're
this.
willing.
there's a lot we're willing to accept. Okay, we can move forward with this one. Let's just move forward with this one.
That was funny. I'm sorry, kid. Go ahead. You was finna
Nah,
go through
so just playing that. Downloaded a couple of games on Game Pass, but Fortnite mainly, and it's between Monkey and Attic. Attic has this thing now.
What?
He makes sure that he calls me at 9 o'clock, no matter what it is.
9:30 every morning. I got a timer on
He
my
knows,
phone.
and I know exactly it's going to be him because as soon as I pull up into Hollis, Queens, my phone goes off. I'm like, how does he know I'm pulling into Hollis? And we're talking from there. And
it's because you have a schedule, and that's when you go there. It's at 9:30 every morning.
and he goes, but it's like he's securing the bag.
Yes.
Yeah, so what you doing today? What's going on? What's going on? Yeah, just putting in my bed. We going Fortnite. How long is it gonna take for you to get home?
Yeah, put it in.
So as soon as I get in, it's either him and then right after is Monkey. Or so I've been like Fortnite out right there. To be honest,
I've like picked up a lot of like personal stuff going on. Like I help like my mom get back and forth and stuff. And like during that time is where I don't have to do nothing. Like it's the only time in the entire day that I don't have to do nothing.
No doubt. So that's been pretty much it, King.
That's it. Waiting for these fights to happen and. You know, this R&R with the Lords, we having a good time.
Salute. And, of course, we have the gaming ninja himself, the Shinobi, LordCognito, spreading that realness in the realm of the ILP, not telling you what you want to hear, but what you need to hear. Shout out to Mr. Matty Play. Shout out to Defining Duke. Had a good one talking about the developer direct, the announcement, all that good stuff. You know what I mean? Shout out to my man, Ebontis. Shout out to Ty Guy Travis. The Last Word, talking that Destiny talk, Season of the Seraph, and a lot of quality of life changes that Bungie's making prior to Lifefall to make it accessible to players. Salute to them. I thought that was really cool. For me, game wise, I've been playing obviously Destiny Season Seraph. I'm doing a Revision Zero quest, and then I restarted Crisis Core because I was like, you know what? I was playing Midnight Sun so much that I'm like, I forgot what I was doing in Crisis Core. So I was like, let me just start over. So I just started. I don't know how I feel about Zach voice, G. I'm a little bothered by it, but he's winning me over. He's just such a good person. He's like
he sounds like Sonic the Hedgehog, so that's why I like him.
Yeah, he's just
the thing about him is if you better get used to that voice because I have a feeling he's gonna have a huge role in these new.
The way the remake is going, we gonna see how this thing gonna go. But I've been rocking out that. But other than that, just gotta pay the bills. I know we got G's been patient. We gotta slow mo. Zach's voice is awful. Yeah, I am not feeling his voice. He's just a little too like Sonic a little bit. But anyway. Yeah. So we've got some updates real quick. So shout out to our good lords in the EU. You guys have been very patient. Valari time, man. You gotta get your gaming pillows. We gotta get your Valaris going. You guys have been very patient because you want to get your gaming.
I'm not carrying mine. Mine's on the bed. There you go.
Get your gaming posture. Prevent that gamer lean, y'all. You know what I mean? You put that thing right around the west. Put your controller down with those long gaming sessions, and this way you don't stress your back out. So look, US guys, we're good. But actually, for our EU and UK, you guys have been asking. They are now available for pre-order. So go to the site. It is up in the chat. Oh, thank you. Studio applause. Yes. Studio applause. Here we go. So I'm going to put this in the chat right now. The link, again, use code LORD15. Get your 15% off of the Valari gaming pillow. And again, for my EU and UK brothers, please put them in now. Do not wait because stock is a little bit more limited over there as opposed to our US brothers. So I know everybody, you guys have been supporting. You
guys have really been coming through with these pillows, man. We almost there, man. We almost there. It was UK people, man. You guys said you wanted some. Well, there you go.
Said it. We did it for you. We made it happen. But again, put your pre-order in. And again, for everybody, for everyone in US, UK, EU, mid to end of March is when our shipping is. That's when you guys will get your exclusive ILP Valari pillow with the embroidery, with the black and gold, all that good stuff. So go check that out. So AKW, so the CMA approved the selling of the pillow. Yo, you stupid.
Yeah, we had to make some concessions.
We made some concessions. Listen, man, I was out. I flew out to Brussels, and we made it happen. Boy,
yeah, well, you know,
I followed
Jim got
Jim's
over there
advice.
and he was snitching again.
Oh man, not the snitching kid. But look, so you heard it here first. Go get your joints. It's up there. So we got that. Also, wanted to yes, Cox does. Oh no, we selling that powder. I'm gonna get to the powder, CW. I got you. We ain't finished. Before we get to the powder, you know what I'm saying? The other business. No, first of all, salute to my brother Hogue Law. Reasonable minds can rebuild. Our brother is fighting back. Obviously, for those who didn't know, you know what I'm saying, he had a stroke and he underwent brain surgery. They alleviated the pressure. He's out of the ICU, breathed on his own, eyes open. He's fighting back, y'all. And now he's in rehab. So obviously with all the logistics of good rehab facilities, you know, our brother needs some help. So shout out to the family. They have a GoFundMe out. Shout out to the community. The community came through. So what I want to do is I still want to put this information out there. You know what I mean? Right there. This is for Hogue Law, our brother. Go check that out if you want to support our brother while he goes through the rehab situation. Shout out to Ms. Hogue Law. Shout out to the entire Hogue Law family. You know what I mean? He's really out there, and we want our brother to recover. We expect him hopefully to make a full recovery. So if you want to support, you want to do something for the family, the link's in the description. Go check that out. And then last but not least, Advanced GG, y'all. You know what I'm saying? I got the powder. You know what I mean? We doing what we do. We got the new line. You know what I'm saying? We got the Spartacus blood, y'all. Go get that Spartacus blood. We got the Focus. You know what I'm saying?
Spartacus what?
Tiger blood. We got the Spartacus tiger blood.
Oh, okay, because I could have sworn there was an animal involved.
Yeah, it's tigers. It's tigers. It's wild tigers involved with the Spartacus. You know what I'm saying? Get that so you don't get your longer gaming sessions. And again, if you don't want that, you're just doing a little energy at the gym. We got, you know what I'm saying, them cans, y'all. We got them Advanced GG cans. Go check that out.
So I don't have
Paul,
to.
you're gonna have to send that to me. You have to send some of those cans.
I'm not sending it to that person with that voice. That person with that voice ain't getting no can.
That's come pre-mixed.
This is the premix. Yeah, for the guys that don't wanted that time to put the water and mix it up and all of that stuff.
Which is me.
Yeah, you go get the cans, you go get that. But the new, since we promoting health as well, you know what I'm saying? We doing it right. We got the gummies, y'all. Yeah, King, this for you. I got you, bro. We got our multivitamins, you know what I'm saying? Get your multivitamin on. Again, for guys like me, we old, so we need that turmeric, you know what I'm saying, for the inflammation. Yes. You know what I'm saying? Get your turmeric on. And then, of course, you hit the gym a lot, you doing a lot. You know, them joints be aching, man. Get the joint support, man. Go do that.
Man.
So
my
again,
whole body's aching.
I think I gotta get to your house.
Yeah, bro. I got you. You know what I'm saying? Advanced GG. The link's in the description. I'm gonna put that back up for y'all right now. Again, 30% off this weekend until Monday. So 30% off. Use Iron Lord 30. I'm just gonna put that back up in the chat for y'all. It's pinned to the top, but I'm gonna put it in there one more time so you guys go support the Advanced GG movement. Yo, Slover. He said, "Cog pushing all these products." Listen, man, we doing our thing out here. Let me copy this right here and go check the take the gummies. There you go. So links at the top and in the description. Go check that out, and it's up now. But that is all I got as far as the business. So we good, and Gene's been patient. So we gotta now that we got to what? I'm sorry, soft. Oh, super chats.
You want me to get these?
Yes, please. Super chats. I forgot. I'm sorry.
Okay, cool. Let's do that, and that way we just behind. So we got Matt Without Fear, member for 12 months. Lord Silver, great to see Lord Gene in the realm and in good health. Just celebrated my ILP membership anniversary. Happy to help support my favorite gaming podcast. Thank you, sir.
Salute.
Appreciate you. Then we have Matt Hotright, member for 1 year, $20 super chat. Nothing special to say, just happy to be here on the Lord's Day with the Lords and the legend, Gene Park. Yo, Cog, go Niners.
Go Niners, baby. You already know.
Yeah, y'all out of
Glock
control,
Purdy, let's go. Bang, bang, Niner gang. Early. Woo.
And let's put the crest in the chat for God's Soul. Newest member of the realm, Lord Silver. Love that name.
I like
God's
that name.
Soul. We have Hargate Shani, member for 1 year, $10 super chat. Watching Addict play Punch-Out made me pick up my Switch and play while watching Addict. Got to Soda Popinski with only one match lost to Bald Bull. The memories from that game, so good. Yeah, that game holds up, man. That game really holds up.
Piston Honda was working at it.
Yeah.
Piston Honda was getting off.
He was getting it. Yeah. He was smoking Addict for a little minute there.
It don't matter. He still went down.
Then we have Free R. Kelly.
Oh man, he back.
$20 super chat. Been gone since Sony neutered God of War and Callisto Protocol flopped. Last of Us show getting 10 out of 10 reviews from journalists is a red flag. I'm gonna watch it, but I'm expecting Neil Druckmann to mess it up.
I'm gonna watch it. But keep in mind, everyone in the chat, me and King will be talking about the Last of Us episode 1 this Tuesday on R&R at 5 p.m. So
yes, sir.
Definitely go into that.
No doubt, no doubt.
Then we have
under NDA.
Yeah, NDA, meaning we haven't seen it yet.
I know, right?
Yeah.
We ain't seen it at all.
Listen, I tried through back channels. That happened.
No, we
Time on the acquisition of how you got the stuff. Continue.
he said he tried. He didn't say he did it.
I wasn't successful,
Moving on.
Then we have Face 23 BKNY, $20 super chat. If the Activision Blizzard deal doesn't go through, Twitter is going to be hell for Xbox fans that day. Twitter's going to be hell for Xbox for that year. For that year.
That don't go through, y'all gonna have a parade.
Oh my god. Continue.
Then we
I
have
will log out of Twitter that day, like on the real.
It'll be messy. It'll be messy.
Then we have Malcolm W, $5 super chat. What do you guys think Hogwarts Legacy is going to do first week, and where do you think future of that franchise is headed? Stay blessed. Hogwarts Legacy is going to kill.
I think it's going to do very well.
Isn't
Very,
it the
very
pre-orders the top selling? It's crazy.
Steam is just
Yeah.
at the top.
That's what I'm saying.
You got like a little bit of like a canceling thing going on there, but what
It's
I've
not
noticed is like
working,
the
really.
people that don't support the cancel culture stuff like that will support it even if they had no intentions on buying it just because
Just to
it's
bother
just
them,
people
yeah.
trying
Just
to-
putting. Oh yeah, speaking of that, shout out to you and Cog and Maddie for right before the holidays. There was somebody wrote in talking about my mini rant about Hogwarts Legacy, and you guys had a discussion about
Yeah,
it. And
I
I guess
hold you down.
in the most recent episode or so, you guys talked about it again. Maddie had a mini rant on it as well.
Yes.
We will be playing that game day one.
Yes,
That's it.
yes. We were playing that, and I had to hold you down. I had to hold you down.
Thank you. Appreciate
Which
that.
version?
Appreciate that.
Oh my god. Moving
I will
on.
be
He petty.
Steam, sir. I'll be on Steam.
Steam. Okay, I mean, I just need to know because I know one got a special dungeon.
Oh, you talking about exclusive content?
Yeah,
Yes.
that's what I'm talking about. Pay to play.
So petty, so petty. Let me see. There we have one more. We have
So what you call it says Malcolm W says we missed his super chat.
No, I just that's the one I just read, didn't I?
Okay, just want to make sure because
That's the Hogwarts one.
okay.
Right?
I just want to make
you
sure.
have another one.
No, I don't know. I just Malcolm, just make sure we got you because I saw it at 1:30. He said we missed his super chat, but okay, just make sure we had him. That's cool. No
Okay,
doubt.
hold on a second.
Shout out to Buddha Time. What up, Buddha?
We have Brick House Arsh.
Yeah.
$7 super chat. Love the health is wealth mantra and earning the right to game.
Yeah.
At the gym right now, listening to my favorite podcast.
Man, no doubt. Yeah.
I went to the gym like 5 days last week and literally could not go yesterday or the day before. I can't move my arm above.
That's good.
Like
That's
this.
a
Break
good
house
sign.
arch.
That's
Make
a
sure
good
you
sign.
getting that advanced GG in there. Get the multivitamins, bro. You know what I'm saying? He got to be out there. You got to need him right. Don't hurt the joints, man. Yo, use code Iron Lord 30. I'm telling you, 30% this week, bro. Anyway,
Yeah, that's right. Then we got the Angry Therapist MD. $10 super chat. Can't stay, just stopping by showing love. And King Addict, remember, it's official. Master Cheeks.
oh man,
That's an R&R joke.
that's another joke.
Then we have Matt Without Fear once again. £2 super chat. Just pre-ordered my ILP Valari pillow to the
my
UK.
man. He used code
Shout out,
Lord
sir.
15. Let's go.
Yes, sir.
That's right.
Beautiful, beautiful. Thank you. Appreciate that.
Appreciate you.
Hollywood Rules, $5 super chat. Good afternoon, my NYC video game cousins. Cog, I see your 49ers. King, heard you on with Boom yesterday. Have a great pod. As always, best video game podcast. Thank you, sir.
Bang,
Appreciate
bang,
it.
dynasty
Oh,
gag.
there
Early.
you go.
Early. Y'all know what it is. Y'all know what it is.
Oh God.
Continue.
Then we have THX1138, $2 super chat. PS fans watching movies, Xbox fans playing games. Oh no, here we go. Gene, I don't know if you know, but we've been accused of being an Xbox podcast. I don't know why.
I don't know why.
Could it be the green that I'm wearing right now? Could it be the chain that says Game?
You sound like Dion. Could it be the money?
They really do think it like Microsoft sponsors us to
No,
say
they
this
don't.
stuff,
They absolutely do not.
Continue.
That's it. We're caught up.
We all caught up?
Yeah, so Brickhouse, let me know. Was it Brickhouse? Oh,
Malcolm said he's good. He said
we read
his
it,
connection was slow. And
he didn't realize. Okay,
Yeah,
cool,
he said he back. So we all caught up and all that good stuff?
Yes, sir. We're good.
All right. Thank you. Now we got what's playing. The business is out the way. Gene's been patient. We have to switch our focus to Lord Gene. His video game system history, his journey into journalism, and of course, what led him to becoming a games reporter for one of the most prestigious outlets in newspapers, the Washington Post. So, Lord Gene, let's start from the very beginning. What were some of the first video game systems you had, and what got you into gaming?
What got me into gaming? I was at a friend's house, and he played the Jordan Mechner game Karateka in front of me. And that was the first time I saw a video game, and I was like, I need to get into this. And like as soon as I went home, I kept begging my parents. I was like, this video game thing, I need it. You know, crazy. Like you got like stick figures like punching each other. That's crazy.
Yeah.
So I got into games on the ground floor. I'm 41 years old. Like I had an Atari 2600. You know.
Okay, there we go.
I was playing, Yar's Revenge.
Yeah.
You know?
Let's go.
If y'all remember that, you know.
Yep.
Love that game.
I even had the old school Pac-Man, the infamous Pac-Man port.
The port?
back in the day.
Yeah, the Atari Pac-Man port was not the greatest.
That's when we learned there was a difference between the arcade and the home. We continue.
But we had it though.
That is exactly when we learned that there was a difference between when you get in the ice cream store and at home. So
Yo, Gene, when you got the art box was exciting. And you put it in, it was like, oh, what the hell?
I saw actually yesterday at Yestercades, I saw the cartridge. They have it because they have stuff for sale as well, but it's exorbitantly priced. But I just remember looking at that cover like, oh wow, he looked cartoonish, almost like the Saturday morning cartoon. I was like, oh wow, Pac-Man. You throw it on, it's like, yeah, Pac-Man.
It looks as good as like that Adam Sandler like movie, like that poster. It's like you think you're getting that. And
No.
So you had to have it. You had the 2600. So they acquiesced and they got you the 26.
Yeah. My grandmother, bless her heart, she got me a Nintendo, and like a grip of games, like 30 games.
Whoa!
Wait, chill, Grandma
came out. She pulled up. Those games cost a lot of money.
Yeah. Like old.
Grandma
games,
was rich.
Like Legend of Kage.
Yes.
Okay.
River City Ransom we were talking about earlier.
Yes.
Double Dragon, of course.
Of
and of course,
yeah.
at all the Nintendo games, Castlevania, all that stuff. It was great.
Nintendo was so good, man. It's so good.
So my console history, I was a Nintendo boy. I even have the issue of the Nintendo Fan Club magazine. Remember the last issue before it became Nintendo Power. So I was a subscriber for that. And then I was a subscriber, issue number 1 for Nintendo Power. I still got that too.
Nice.
Yo, Nintendo Power was so influential back then, man.
Yeah.
So influential.
So
in conjunction with-
influential.
Oh yeah. I'm sorry. Continue.
It's how I started. It's how I started reading. It's like how I start kind of. I'll get back into it, but like it's how I started kind of getting into like media and stuff like that. So I went from Nintendo to Super Nintendo. Never had a Sega Genesis, but I know. But my buddy had it.
Okay.
So I grew up on Guam, and Sovereign, you're from Puerto Rico. So we're from the colonies too. So
salute.
Other side, Guam games were so expensive.
Wow.
Because it was import prices. So I used to pay like over $99 for like.
Oh, Grandma was really rich.
Grandma, well, she actually got it from Japan. So,
okay.
So that was good. Yeah. So that was fine.
Wait. We got a pocket watch a little
after
bit.
that, it was $99.
Yeah.
It was $99 back in the day.
Wow.
I paid Street Fighter 2 Super Nintendo. It was like $130.
Yeah. Well, yeah, that was that. You know what? That's going rate because I spent $150 in New York.
Import it. Yeah.
Yeah, import it. Well, I mean, he was paying import prices, so that's basically that's going rate. Yeah.
Yeah.
Wow.
I had a Sega Dreamcast and I had a Sega Saturn.
Okay.
Ooh, let's go.
Because I always wanted a Sega, I always wanted a Sega. My buddy had a Sega Genesis and a Super Famicom, so I used to go to his house all the time. His older brother used to cook meth, so it was always. Yeah. So that was it.
He was moving out here because we was pocket watching. We wasn't know what was going on.
That's how he had the Sega Genesis and the Super Famicom. Not even Super Nintendo,
Saab is dead.
That because it just almost went over my head, and then I was like, "Did he just say that?"
Yeah. And it was very smooth.
It was very smooth because you know what's funny?
What was happening
Because
over
King,
here?
me and King was pocket watching.
Yeah,
and I'm like, how is he getting all it? And then he said, "My man was out here moving when he was moving."
Gene, I knew something was up when you were saying, like, it's keywords.
It's keywords. It's keywords you have to
come, and the import. Only dudes that had them pockets was right. Was playing that Street Fighter on day one, so you had to have that Super Nintendo.
Shout out to Heisenberg.
So G, he was the plug for all the games. Like, how does this go?
He was the plug for all the games. I was playing the Japanese Dragon Ball games back in the day. It was so good.
Yeah, I remember that.
He was benefiting.
Yo, Slow Mo said he said it like he was selling Cutco knives.
Cutco knives.
It was very ezy.
I'm sorry. Continue, G. Continue.
And then I had PlayStation 1, and then Final Fantasy 7, like that changed my world,
Let me ask you a question. As a Nintendo guy, right? Didn't Sony when it came out? I mean, it was really aggressive. Like that PlayStation 1 was really aggressive as far as market penetration, games at launch. But it felt like the natural evolution of Nintendo because a lot of those franchises crossed over. I just want to know your thoughts, like on your first PlayStation and the initial wonder of it, because a lot of these guys from this generation will probably never understand how truly aggressive and diversified Sony was at this point, and they had a real background in presentation and theatrics.
We've never had a game system like that before. Like when I saw Wipeout, with his Prodigy soundtrack, and the graphics and everything like that, like that was crazy. Like we've never seen like Sega CD tried to capture that vibe, but it never really did because they didn't have the games to back it up. In comes PlayStation with like games like Road Rash Extreme or something like that, or Battle Arena to Shinden, Tekken 2.
Tekken 2 was huge.
Tekken 1, but Tekken 2 obviously too.
Yes.
We just never seen anything like that. It was completely different. It felt like games were growing up with us.
Yes. Yeah. It was a significant jump.
Yeah, and so people these days do not understand the difference between like Final Fantasy 6 and Final Fantasy 7.
I say it all the time. I tell them all the time. I tell them the difference.
The difference is that the older one's better, but
that's not as iconic and not as recognizable. And the one that's 7
fine. I acknowledge that.
It's great that they didn't remake yours still. It's great. It's great that it's died the way it's died.
I acknowledge that.
It's cool. Let it stay there.
I'm not a sellout like you. I stayed firm.
Let me put it to you this way: if Final Fantasy VI was all that, it would be Final Fantasy VI on that NVIDIA link and not 9.
I'm just saying, we're gonna be paid. This is not about.
They have to pander to you, Polygon boys.
All right,
time on us. We interrupted G. This is about G.
But people do not understand like how when Metal Gear Solid came out, people do not understand how like mind blowing it is that every single line in that game is spoken.
Yes.
That was crazy. Like when I heard Super Metroid and like that started off with a voice, I was like, whoa.
Yep.
So like did you go from that to Metal Gear Solid within like the space of within the space of like how much a AAA game is being made these days?
Absolutely.
That's crazy.
No, you're absolutely right. I mean, I remember Metal Gear just opening up like a movie. The way Kojima just set that thing up, and then that was the other one. But I'm talking about the first one when it was like. It was just so.
I'm talking about.
You talking about the
Metal Gear,
I know what you're talking about. The PlayStation 2. That was a graphical. Oh my god, that was when you threw the bodies inside the.
Both of them are crazy.
For sure.
So
But continue.
people make fun of PlayStation being the movie game console, but it's like, look at what Metal Gear Solid 1 did from back in the day.
Yeah.
Like that reputation was always there, and it was mind blowing.
Yes.
Crazy.
Absolutely.
And I never owned a Nintendo 64. They lost
Really?
me.
Wow.
They lost you too?
They lost me that generation, because
Mm.
I follow Final Fantasy. I was like, I gotta follow Final Fantasy. I'm sorry, Nintendo.
Wow.
So what was the last? Let's back this up. What was the last Nintendo console at that time? Well, before this 64, what was like the last? Was Super NES your last one?
It was Super Nintendo, yeah, and I completely skipped N64. Around that time, I stopped playing video games a little bit.
Okay.
So around the time, like after like the first year or two of PlayStation,
Yeah.
I stopped playing games because I was in high school.
I got
was
you.
discovering like alcohol, drugs, girls, all that
Salute.
stuff.
You was moving out here. You was-
I love his kingdom.
I like his kid. He
love-
real with it. He real with it.
I'm not gonna front. This has been the best.
This is the best interview.
There's never been somebody this real coming
Yeah,
on
this
here.
is the real. I mean, he's up there now. We getting past Jaffe level. Like right now, he's bringing it.
Let's not get that far past Jaffe level.
Yeah, I was outside moving.
I was playing video games, and then I realized sex, drugs, and rock and roll.
Listen, he was moving. Listen, man, he was outside.
Wow, this is amazing.
The only thing I feel for you though is that I'm with you. Nintendo did lose me a little bit during that era. I will say though, the analog was huge for me when I saw that, and then I remember Mario 64. I was like, okay, King showed it to me.
I mean, I still played those. I rented the console at Blockbuster.
Okay.
Yeah.
And if you was a wrestling fan,
I was still diving in whenever I could. Yeah, and the wrestling games were amazing,
the Aki games were god tier. Like they had by far the best wrestling games, period. Like on that console, just in general. But anyway, so you did that. You was moving and shaking. And then you came back because you said you're going to follow the Final Fantasy series. So then PlayStation kind of got you back?
PlayStation had me.
Okay.
So it was PlayStation 1, PlayStation 2. I had a Sega Dreamcast too, of course.
Nice.
It was like, come on, man. Like it had Shenmue. That was crazy looking back then.
Yeah.
Shout out to the legendary Yu Suzuki. Put your
And
hands together.
also, you said I'm an FGC fanatic. Like I love Virtua Fighter. So like I Soul Calibur. Those games back in the day.
Let's go.
And then, but Virtua Fighter 4 came to PlayStation 2, so I was playing that like crazy. PlayStation 2, PlayStation 3. When Xbox came out, like I wasn't on Xbox day one, but when I heard about Halo and I saw Halo, and I was like, that is the game that I need right now. That is I need that experience right now. I need an Xbox. I don't care what else is on it. I need Halo. It worked. And then so Xbox had, so I was Xbox 360. I got a PlayStation 3 later than the Xbox 360. I mean, everyone did because the 360 came out first, right?
Yeah.
And
give me some 360 love. Give me some joints from 360 that had you.
It was a Bethesda game.
Wait. Are you implying that they've been there? The relationship has been that long? Because people think that it's like it's a manufactured relationship. Are you saying that this was organically on the cut? Let me just stop. I'm being messy. Excuse me. Continue. Which Bethesda game?
I'm saying that.
It was Oblivion. It was Oblivion because I played Morrowind, and I was like, Morrowind blew my mind. I was like, I've never played an RPG game like this before. And I was like, Oblivion looks crazy.
Bro.
So Oblivion was an exclusive for the Xbox 360.
Yes, it was.
And it worked. So that's why, like we're gonna come out and talk about it. But like Starfield is such an important exclusive for the Xbox.
Yeah,
absolutely.
I remember playing Oblivion with my cousin Storm, and at the time we was like big into RuneScape. It was like an MMO. And we would take turns for who's playing RuneScape and who's playing Morrowind.
I remember the first time Cog and I found this game called King's Field.
Ooh.
Yes.
From Software.
I didn't know it was a From Software game.
OG,
It was from Software. I remember because I imported it, and because we didn't brought everything there. So I was like, what should we get? And we looking at the box art and we were looking at the back, and Cog was like, we should get this. I was like, all right, let's get it. And we got back home, and that was our introduction to dungeon crawlers. Even though the space was moving really slow and stuff like that, but when we got Oblivion, that was the next step. And I hope I have that same feeling with Starfield when it does come out, that sense of wow, newness and expansion and growth. So I hope so.
Yeah, for Western RPGs and just what it was doing. I was just amazed by like the levels of systems that the game had. So that you would go into a town and Bethesda games lets you interact with, pick up everything. Yeah, like look at somebody's house. I'm in somebody's house looking at their books and then it had a red icon. Never forget this song. And it was like, would you steal that off this table? And I'm like,
you know what's funny? If you crouched on your where it says that you're aiming for, it would be an eye that would be open.
If the eye would open up to let you know.
Like, if it's open, it's like people see you do this.
So I said, yo, this game recognizes that I'm really being shiesty. And then when you when you had the item, it was red in your inventory. Yeah. And then I came outside that person's house in the village, and the cop said, yo, right there, you. And I said, oh, what's going on? He's like, yo, you paying the fine or it's justice. And I was like, I ain't paying it. And they slaughtered, they murdered me.
Yeah.
I
was like, Grand Theft Auto 3 never did this.
Yeah,
it's different.
That's crazy. It's different.
I always thought it was funny because the way Fable handled that, like in the original Fable, they would literally be on the map, and it's like, okay, you committed like 30 murders, 15 assaults, 20 breaking and entries. But you come back in 8 minutes, they're gonna forget.
Listen, man, I loved those systems, and like you said, Gene, like Bethesda, they really transformed like the RPGs. It was crazy. Yeah, shout out to Lev, stop! You violated the law. Yeah, that was a joke. Continue. But so you was doing.
And the guards were so OP at the beginning. You were messing with them.
Yeah, you could not. But it was good.
You got strong
and then you start running through the town.
But anyway. Those games are immersive sims. Pretty much that's what they are.
You can literally create your own storyline with your own stuff. But I'm sorry, G. Continue. You're going on. Oblivion for 360, some other 360 games.
360, but PlayStation 3, Metal Gear Solid 4 was coming out, so that's when I got a PlayStation 3. And then I heard about a little game called Demon Souls. I was like, wait, that's from the makers of Armored Core. I've been a From Software fan from the beginning, since King's Field. So King's OG too, you know.
A lot of people don't know. A lot of people don't know they made Enchanted Arms, that turn-based game.
Enchanted Arms, I like that too.
I was like, I gotta play Demon Souls. Like this is like, Demon Souls looks like the dream game.
Yes.
So I was a Souls fan from the beginning too. I was like this is exactly it, you know. And that's why when Elden Ring came out, I was like, this is like I'm in heaven right now. You know?
I got into Souls through Dark Souls. Like that was the first. I remember people playing Demon Souls, but at the time, like, I didn't have a PlayStation. It was only on that. And I remember my friend John, it's like, man, just play Dark Souls. And I remember having that same mentality other people do. I'm not playing a game that's designed to punish you. Like,
yeah.
And now here I am, like 15 games later.
So that's why when Bloodborne came out was announced for PlayStation 4, I was like, well, I gotta go PlayStation 4 again now too. You know?
Makes sense.
And Xbox
you go where the games are.
Xbox One did all that back in the day, so like they lost me.
Yeah,
I did not return to Xbox until they released the Xbox One X.
Oh, that's for the Scorpio.
That's a good console. And when I heard that Red Dead Redemption 2 was 4K on the Xbox One X, I was like, Red Dead Redemption 2, I'm sorry, it looks garbage on the PS4. Like, I need that 4K. I need that 4K. But I got the One X. I got Red Dead Redemption 2. I got what I needed. It was beautiful. It was perfect.
Yes.
You know?
Who did that for you?
Yeah.
Here we go. Here go the film talk.
Dominus Maximus Aurelius Spencer.
This is during the film reign. This is when he started. He came back.
You know what? And I'm glad he said that. I'm glad he said, you know, I didn't waste my time with the underpowered, diversified console. I went with the OP Xbox One X. And I think that's when Phil put his stamp, like, you know, I'm here, you know, type of thing. You know, he kept the power narrative.
I think Phil knew when he took over that there was a lot of bad stigmas, and he knew even if he continued that and didn't correct any of them, the next console would just get those bad stigmas. So he had to fix them before the next console came out.
They knew with the, like G was saying, with the Xbox One, how it started off, and not only was it the more expensive console, it was less powerful. So they wanted to try to work on getting the power narrative back. And
exactly.
Yeah, the Xbox One X was that. I'm sorry, continue, Jim.
yeah, the fact that it was more powerful, like reiterated to me, okay, Microsoft is still into gaming. You know, like
Yes.
they really needed to showcase that, and I was like, okay, well, I'll get back to investigate. You know,
Mm-hmm.
played Gears 4, like loved it. Played Sunset Overdrive, loved it. I was like, wait a minute, Xbox One had some amazing exclusives that, that nobody is talking about because it was
Preach.
on the Xbox One. It's sad. You know.
You're absolutely right, and that's the unfortunate. I remember the launch lineup, and I had both, and me and King we had them all. It was just like we were like, yo, they actually had was it Dead Rising,
Dead Rising.
Rise
They
Center
had
Rome.
Yep.
Resident Evil is dope.
Yeah, and they really showcased the system well. So the launch lines were better, but then again, the TV focus and a lot of the mistakes that were made. And then when we find out, obviously, about the whole that was during the 1080p era, and who was doing 1080p and not, that's when you started to see, and we realized they didn't have control a lot of these great IPs, the Sunset Overdrives, the Quantum Breaks, and whatever. And that's when you're like, okay, I got to see if they're serious about gaming. Then Phil comes in, and I'm kind of aligned where you were, because I was in the same boat with them at that point.
Yeah, look, like I am the internet's #1 defender of Crackdown 3. Crackdown 3, Crackdown 3 is so good to me.
Yes,
to me, it kind of reminds me of Doom. You know,
I do feel like it deserves a fourth one. Like, look, I think a lot of the issues that game came with is the overpromising of the multiplayer, and I feel like if they would have took the resources they try to make that with and put them all into the single player, we'd be having a different conversation right now.
Exactly. I wasn't part of the hype cycle though, so that's why when I played Crackdown 3, and I heard that Joe Satan of Halo, he worked on that game too.
Oh, that's good.
Yeah.
I think the tech demo that they showed with the cloud computing, I think that hurt that game more than anything else.
Yep.
Yeah.
No, I agree.
Totally.
So G had everything, man. I love to hear those stories. I'm surprised you didn't slip in.
He was with the #1 meth dealer.
Guam, yes.
That was able to get anything they wanted. No, man, he was okay,
Don't
sir.
fucking watch him like that. Don't fucking watch him like that.
I'm just saying, everybody need that big homie. At least he gave big homie crazy respect, and he threw it out there like it was casual, like the town knew big homie was doing this.
Kid can relate minus the drugs. Like,
big homie, man.
Not the millions. Oh man. Anyway, so you got tremendous history. I was surprised you didn't mention Resident Evil, because I know you're such a big Resident Evil fan for PlayStation.
Saying that like Resident Evil, like I needed to play it in PlayStation 1, and then again that was when I dropped off of gaming, and so I didn't even hear about Resident Evil 2 until like 2 years later.
Oh wow!
Like I went to a friend's house and he was like, "Whoa, they made a Resident Evil 2," and I played that, and I was like, "Okay, I gotta get back to the game."
You and Addict share a lot of Resident Evil love and Kingdom Hearts love too. So salute to y'all on that. Now, you got this tremendous gaming history. Obviously, you talked a little bit about having Nintendo Power before Nintendo Power. So my question is like, okay, what was it always journalism for you? Like, or was there anything pre, what we know you for now? Like, what was getting your career started, trying to figure life out? What were you doing at that point?
It was always pretty much journalism. On Guam, there's a paper that used to be owned by the same company that owns USA Today, LOGNET. And so I interned for them during high school. Like I was into writing, my full Christian name is John Eugene Park. The Eugene is named after Eugene O'Neill, the playwright. So I was always kind of like interested in writing, like it was like predetermined for me. And then so when I saw the internship for the paper, like, my mom was like, why don't you just apply? And I was like, okay, why not?
Nice.
And then I did it, and after a year, I was like, you know what, I'm pretty good at this. It taught me how to talk to other people, because I am forced to interview people, So like it got me out of my shell. I used to be the kind of kid that would just like stay quiet, look at the ground, and just not say anything. But after I started getting into journalism, I was like, I started to literally find my voice, So I interned for the local paper there on Guam. Like I even when Bill Clinton came through on Guam, I covered that.
Wow.
And I even got to meet Bill Clinton back in when I was like 16, so that was crazy. And then so I went to school, Cal State Fullerton.
Nice.
Studied journalism there, Orange County, California. I interned at the Orange County Register, the San Gabriel Valley Tribune, and I worked at the Daily Titan, the school paper. Never really thought about games media at all. Like I did freelance during college for a small website, and that was like I went to E3 back in 2002.
Whoa! Wait,
that
you went to
website. That was-
E3?
because he went when the common people could not.
Yeah, wait. We can't let you gloss over that
Yeah.
because King is
yeah,
right.
yeah.
That was a period. E3 is definitely not open to the public. I remember at that time, King, weren't we still getting videotapes? And
Yeah, we was getting VHS tapes.
We find out later what happened at E3.
I remember you talking about that last week, and I was like, yeah, I remember getting those VHS tapes too. It was like those tapes and like one tapes and like porn tapes were like the only tapes that we.
That's the only thing that we had.
Factual. And shout out to them and one tapes. Hot sauce.
So you was privy to a lot of those after parties.
Yes. I went to the Xbox, like the original Xbox launch after party. The Chemical
Okay,
Brothers
the
were
one that
there.
got us
It was
banned.
crazy. Yeah.
All right, don't let's slip out what happened there, but that stuff was scandalous. Shout out to Aaron. But okay, so you're in the know because at that point in time, I mean, people don't understand, like, because now they get a chance to go to E3. They take a lot of this stuff for granted. You guys were in the know. Yeah. Like the stuff that happened there, and remember, the internet is not popping like that as far as getting information to you super timely, like in seconds. It takes a little bit. You guys really got a chance to see the magic and the wonder and the stuff in the background. How was that atmosphere at the E3, for you as a journalist going through with those wide eyes, seeing everything, behind the scenes, seeing the magic?
I was fascinated. I felt like I was like some kind of magical land, especially from Guam, like Guam Guam is we got nothing there,
Right.
So for me to travel to LA, go to school in LA, and just meet all these different types of people that aren't just brown, which is crazy. But then to go to E3 to see like the trailer for like Metal Gear Solid 3, like the debut trailer for that. Like I was in line to see the debut trailer for Halo 2.
Oh
my god!
Oh my god!
That famous, the Halo 2 had that documentary where they had they showed the Joe Staten playing the demo.
Yeah.
Like I saw that demo live. And
wow.
I was like screaming my head off. I was like, I can't believe this.
Wow. Wait, I gotta back you up though.
I saw Half-Life 2.
What?
Oh my
crazy,
god.
So what was the energy? I gotta ask you this because Halo 2 was so huge. Like, what was the energy in the room? What did people really feel the way they feel now? Like, was it like, yo, this is something special all over again?
Yeah. It was crazy. I've to this day I've never been like anywhere near that kind of energy before. That kind of hype for Halo 2. People were screaming as we left the theater, and like even before that, it was crazy.
That's insane, man. Yeah, you're at a time, and what I remember, the only person I think kind of back in them days that I used to was shout out to Mike Mullis and NLG. He used to go a lot of the trade show stuff and the E3s and stuff like that. But it was a different energy, and it was obviously more corporate, more business, more executive focused. Like, I guess my question for you is, I know like my first E3 was like 2014, 2015, and my question is like, was the energy still like? I know there's little fanboy aspects of it, and people act silly sometimes, immature. Like, were executives acting that way? Like, I want to know how was it very more, reserved, clean cut. What was the?
I would say it was more reserved, but this was back in the day of the booth babes. Remember that? Like remember, like this was like a car show back in the day.
Yeah.
So
that's what I was talking about.
Exactly. So we had like half naked women like everywhere. Like it was like I was like 20, 21.
So it's over.
Yes, sir.
It's over, G.
I was still in my prime.
He said I was still in my prime.
It's a video game.
What coverage was you getting? Was you doing the right coverage?
I had friends that came from out of town, like other writer friends, and they were like, oh man, like I got blue balls and everything. So I took them to the strip club. I took them to the Spearmint Rhino in LA.
Wow. Yo, I'm gonna tell you right now, if y'all not sharing this out,
hit the like button.
Ridiculous.
So question, Gene. I'm gonna roll it back a little bit. So you said your first E3 was 2002, right? So around that, so did you ever go to a CES?
I've never been to a CES ever. Never
Okay,
been.
because you know what's happening simultaneously with CES, right? You know.
Yeah, it was wow. What a time! What a
time!
What a time, man! But
I'm leading the witness.
yes, he definitely was leading the witness there. We
This
gonna.
guy here,
I just wanted some stories if there were stories to tell.
he just wanted to see how deep the rabbit hole can go.
Well, shout out to G for doing the Lord's work, helping out his friends that were going through a tough time, dealing with some issues while they were there.
Such a
Let me
good
let you
friend,
know
man. I'm
something.
sure they
I was
appreciated
the local.
everything you did.
I was the local guy, you know. So I showed them around, you know.
Gene,
They were like, this is ridiculous. Oh, dude, that's ridiculous. I got something for you.
what I can discern is
Yes.
Gene, wherever he is, he's gonna have a good
Oh,
time.
G gonna have a good time. G gonna have a good
it in
time.
Guam.
Yeah.
He gonna have it in LA.
it's
He
lit.
gonna have it in Florida. He gonna have a good time.
He gonna have a good time. Salute to G. So okay, so we got that, and then obviously you're doing that. So then now, like, what then? So what leads up to what we kind of know?
Working in journalism. Okay,
Yeah.
well,
Yeah.
so I couldn't get a job in California after school. You know, I was not really homeless, but I stayed in my friend's garage for like 6 months before I realized, like, okay, I can't find a job. So I guess I'll move back to Guam. So I did, and then the paper hired me back there. I didn't want to do that. I didn't want to go back to my hometown, you know.
I got you.
But I did that. I did that for 3 years. Hated it, you know. Got into some trouble for myself, and then I met a girl who was living in Hawaii, and then so I moved to Hawaii for her.
Oh, okay.
And then this was back in like 2006, yeah. So I lived in Hawaii from 2006 to 2015.
Okay.
And so I became a reporter there in Hawaii too. So I've covered crime. I've covered like small business, military movements, and like I've covered court stuff too. I've never covered video games. I've never covered video games professionally. You know.
Wow.
And then I got laid off in 2009, and like I worked in like health insurance for a bit. You know, like, and then like they hired me back, but like that layoff taught me like, gee, you got to learn some other skills. You know, like you can't just you can't just be reporting and writing out here. You know, because like you got to make yourself invaluable.
Yes.
So I started to learn like all kinds of other like trades like within the newsroom, and I started to really get interested in social media. Like you know, back then I was like, you know what, like this internet thing, social media, like we need to get on it because like, you know, like we're behind the times. Journalism is, right? So I became like the first social media editor in Hawaii.
Nice.
And then like I did that for the paper, and I did that for a small like news website after I quit the paper. I worked in government for like a month and a half, and then like Pierre Midyar, the founder of eBay, he was starting up a small like news website, and he was like, "Hey, I heard you're the best in social media, like in news in Hawaii." And I was like, "Yeah, I sure am." So you know, he hired me.
Nice.
And then it was through my work there at a small website that I applied to the Washington Post out in DC. You know, it was always my dream to work at the LA Times, the Los Angeles Times. I really wanted to work there. But you know, I never even got an internship there. I never even got a call there. But for some reason, the Washington Post was interested. So I was like, okay. I was like, I was like, I guess this is a moonshot. I'll give it a shot, right?
Yeah.
And then they liked what they heard. You know, the Washington Post interview process was difficult. It took 3 months, and it was 18 interviews.
Damn.
Yeah.
18 interviews.
Most I ever did is
Like,
6, but 18.
Yeah, like most people do is like 6 or like maybe like 10 at most or whatever. Like,
Right.
18 was crazy, but I got it. Like they were into me. So I was a social media editor at the Washington Post for almost 5 years, from 2015 through 2019, and then around that time we started to the Washington Post management started to look into covering esports, and then because the managing editor, he used to be our sports editor, and he said one of his biggest regrets was sleeping on MMA. You know, like he was like, you know, like this MMA thing isn't gonna last, whatever, right?
Yeah.
And
Everybody said that.
Yep.
yeah, everybody said that, right? And then so he learned his lesson. He was like I can't make that same mistake again. And the esports is obviously huge, right? So he started to form a committee within the Washington Post to kind of study like what would an esports section look like.
Okay.
So I was brought on board because of like my background in gaming and everything like that.
Right.
I advised him, esports is great. Do not only cover esports. Covering only esports, that's not going to work because that that field already has so much coverage
Right.
within the teams themselves, within
Right.
the influencers themselves. Like it is a direct source of information. So like I don't think we can contribute too much there.
Right.
But if you cover gaming as a broader culture thing, that would be a much bigger play, and that would gain a lot of general interest readers, a lot of young readers.
Right.
So I was advising that, and then during that time, I was also kind of practicing writing for different sections. I was writing for like the feature section. I was writing for the news section. You know, the Washington Post, like they need to trust you. They need to trust that you can do the reporting, that you can be edited. So I was trying to build up that trust. I was being edited by other people. I was getting good traffic. So you know, when it came time, and Emilio, the editor, who was like thinking about MMA and like thinking about esports and now thinking about broader gaming coverage, he was like, well, now we're gonna do this. We're gonna just hire someone. Say, well, fuck, why don't we just hire Gene?
Right. Bro.
And that's how I got it. That's how I got it. Like I didn't apply for it. I wasn't looking for it. It was just something that I helped out do at the Washington Post, and I was like, yeah, this is it.
And you can attribute that to feeling that you felt before by you had to make yourself indispensable. So when you got to the Washington Post, you was at so many different stations and so many people heard your name, and you built up a level of credibility, and they respect your work.
Yeah, I mean,
they gave that to you.
The thing too is very inspirational because his hustle, his grind, and we've all been there with setbacks and layoffs. And the frustrating thing is when you have a passion for something and you have a dream, but no one's giving you opportunity, right? And you just and then it's like the thing that you said that really resonated with me was having to go back to Guam, right? Because as men, sometimes it's like defeated attitude, like we really want to make it. It's not popping for me right now. I got to go back because we gotta put food on the table. We gotta survive. We have to live somewhere. And to hear your story, to come full circle, and then to shoot your shot, get the Washington Post to listen, and then even your hustle between, you was out here, you were doing legal, you was moving, you know what I mean? So, brother, that is extremely inspirational. Your grind is insane, and just to see that lane open up, and sometimes it's about the right time, right place, the right time, because the pocket for gaming then starts to open, right? They start to see like, hey, maybe we need to cover this, and then you give them the direction, like, okay, esports is cool, you know what I'm saying? But let's expand further than gaming. But that's very inspirational, brother. I'm sorry, I cut you off.
Thank you for saying that. It's been hard because like when I worked at like papers in Guam and Hawaii, like I would always pitch like different like internet projects and social media projects and like other ideas, and like I'll get shot down. Like my former mentor would be like, Gene, that is the stupidest idea I've ever heard.
Wow.
What's this game? That game ain't gonna do nothing.
Yeah, so it was real bad. So that when I got to the Washington Post, I was like, these people are actually listening to me. They actually trust me, And but I had to work for that trust in the Washington Post too, I had a weekly email where I would like give advice on social media and how to like write headlines and all that stuff. And then so through that, like King said, like everybody got to know my name within the newsroom, And like I was playing politics within the newsroom.
Yes, sir.
Like you can trust me. You can trust me. I can deliver this for you. And I did. So I would work for like the foreign section. Like the other day, I tweeted about like how, like we did the first ever news live stream out of North Korea.
Wow.
And that was dicey because like her handlers didn't even know that she was gonna do that. So it's like this is North Korea.
That's dangerous as hell.
It's dangerous. It was really dangerous. So I was like putting. So I used to do stuff like that, like for like all kinds of different sections. So like it was like building that trust within the Washington Post, which is a very, very large organization. And then for them to trust me and say, okay, Gene knows what he's talking about in this regard, and like we trust his writing.
Yes.
Like you said, like I was talking about, like I really tried to make myself invaluable, learning all these skills, learning how to talk to different people. So I was able to finally get to at the age of 38, I became a games journalist.
Salute, brother.
That's crazy.
It's inspiring.
Circle.
And I'm sorry, get off.
It's like, and that's the day and age when you like, if you want to really impress somebody that's resistant to the change that's coming, this wave of like the internet, and this, show them the power of SEO. And I know you did that. I know you said, okay, let's change this title around a little bit and look at how many people look at this as opposed to before. And all you got to do is, and once they start seeing dollar signs, it's like every single door opens up.
Well, That's what I did in the Hawaii small website with the eBay guy. They wanted to be like investigative and like cover government and stuff like that. I was like, okay, well the stuff that we're doing isn't really getting traffic. Why don't we like take that kind of lens and then look at like the wider life of Hawaii, and like explain things about the wider life of Hawaii that people might not be thinking about, but they want to know about. So I pitched a story I did because everyone in Hawaii likes to park backwards. They like to park the car backwards. So I was like, why don't we do a story about why everyone in Hawaii likes to park the car backwards? That's it.
It's interesting.
Let's just talk to old people. Let's just talk to people who made parking lots back in the day, and let's figure this out. Boom! Within like 3 hours, it became our #1 story of all time.
Wow!
And I was like, that's what I'm talking about. That's exactly what I'm talking about. Like you need to broaden out. You need to make these stories interesting.
Yeah, that's a good point. It's a good point. You're absolutely right. These are lessons, to be learned, and then, like you said, having that ability for your thoughts and earning that trust to be heard is super important. So, want to salute you there. Another thing I want to salute you, and Sav kind of alluded to it, you kind of alluded to it, is I know you viciously defend games culture, which we love about you. You're willing to mix it up with a debate every now and then, you know what I'm saying? Which also respect about you. But the thing that to me is most interesting and impressive about you that I look at from a professional journalism is that you consider the content and the content creator and the influencer like the rock star. And to me, that's unique because in this current climate, I feel like there's a divide right now, right? Where the journalists,
most of them don't respect us.
Exactly. Where the journalist is like, hey, I went to an accredited school. I got my degree. I'm a journalist. You are an influencer.
We're provocateur.
See, we go shout out to Jason Schreier. We had Jason on. Shout out to Lord. You know what I'm saying?
But I can respect.
But I understood it.
Process.
Well, I understood it. But the thing that's dope.
Here we go. Time out now.
Let's go. Who's that?
Jack.
Oh, that's Jack. All right, salute to Jack. Jack, he's ready.
Welcome to the realm.
Welcome to the realm, Jack. So so the thing about you, G, that's so cool to me is that like you look at us, so to speak, as like the rock stars. And
yes.
my question to you is like, what's your thought process there? Because a lot of people don't have that don't share that mindset that you have, being from where you're from, WashingtonPost, and the prestigious nature of that.
Well, for me, like I'm super concerned about the trust level in journalism, right? Like because people don't trust us, and I've said this before in like panels, like to other journalists. I was like, I do not think that we can rebuild the trust that we have lost in the last generation for like another generation or two. Like I will probably be dead before journalism can earn that trust back again. Like I'm just being real,
That's real.
And that trust has gone to the creators and to the influencers, for better or worse. You can complain about it all you want. You can complain about it all you want, and people do, but that's just the reality of it, And for me, when I wanted to get into journalism, I wanted to cover. I didn't want to cover games. I wanted to cover music. I wanted to cover rock bands. I wanted to cover hip hop groups. Like you mentioned, like 3 6 Mafia. I covered 3 6 Mafia. I was in the backstage with them, like hanging out with them, and I was like,
I saw that picture with you and Juicy J. Y'all was kind of lit. Y'all was kind of lit back there.
Yeah. Me and Juicy J, we were partying, and like, and I was like, this is exactly what I wanted in life. Like, I want to be hanging with Juicy J. I want to be hanging with all the
King thinks you are now getting into King's greatest guest territory.
Listen. You have definitely floated yourself all the way to the top spot because he said, I have reached my pinnacle in life. I just wanted to hang out with Juicy J. Oh God!
Salute to Juicy. Rest in peace, Gangsta Boo. But I'm sorry. But continue. This is some real talk.
I did not mean Gangsta Boo. That's it.
Gangsta Boo.
But she followed me back on Twitter, and we tweeted at each other a few times. So I feel blessed.
That's what's up.
People acknowledge me. But like I wanted to cover music, but then for me, like I started to look at, wait a minute. The real rock stars in this day and age are the creators. You know, nobody wants to play guitar or bass or and be a lead singer for a rock band anymore. They want to be on YouTube. They want to be on Twitch. And like you look at all these cohorts, these groups of creators in California, you guys, like Last Time Media, like there are groups of creators everywhere. That is like like cliques of like just off the top of my head, like Jay-Z and Kanye or whatever like that,
Yeah.
back in the day, So it's like for me, like I see that I see that happening. Nobody wants to become a rock star anymore. Everyone wants to become a creator, and that's been the case for like the last several years. It's not changing.
So before I give it to you, Attic, I just got one quick question follow up, and then I'll give it right to you. Do you think are we in? I'm kind of calling it the Great Divide, right? Where again you have the traditional journalist, and then you have the rise of the content creator, the influencer. So do you think it's the older regime kind of holding on to traditional ways and not trying to accept them? Do you think there's any way we bridge that gap though?
I don't know, man, because like I would love for the gap to be bridged, but like broadcast news isn't going to do it. Broadcast news isn't going to do it. Like CNN isn't going to go on Twitch ever. Because those numbers on TV is what matters to them.
Right.
That is all that matters to them.
Yeah.
Like I look at the New York Times, like they're barely getting it. Like the Washington Post, like I work at the Washington Post, and I'm still struggling within the Washington Post to get us to do certain things. And like I have to say that it's a personality driven information market right now. And to be quite honest, like journalists for decades have been trained to like get rid of their personality. Like
robotic,
robotic. Yeah. They say, I'm live here reporting from the Iron Lord's podcast.
He sound like Kermit the Frog.
Hey, this is Kermit the Frog. So Gene, I have to ask you because you specifically say loss of trust, right?
Yeah.
And that would indicate that something had to happen to lose that trust, as opposed to just things changing and new people doing things differently, kind of moving into place, and journalists losing influence. So specifically, like, where do you think the loss of trust comes from? Because that's just different than losing influence.
Yeah, I think it's because we keep fretting. We keep pretending that we don't actually like know anything about, like, we don't have any actual feelings about the story.
Right.
And like people are dumb. Like we could see that you're pretending to not to do this or that, and like pretending you're saying one thing and then another thing says, no, I'm fair. And it's like everyone knows that you're not
right.
fair, So and then the way they cover certain communities, whether it's communities of color or just even white people too, that either way, or like. It's always about parachuting in and parachuting out. Like they never really understand the communities that they're in, especially in the national news. So like when people cover gaming, like they just say, oh, let me just check out like a subreddit, and then I got it all. Like, you got to immerse yourself in the culture.
And that's the thing, right? You have to be part of it to get that sort of respect. Whereas I think, again, a lot of people that work at these bigger outlets do have that. Like you have that. But it is the thing, like it's different that if you're reporting on like, the war in Ukraine or whatever, yes, it's understood that you're reporting on it as objectively as possible from a distance. You're not in it for the most part. So this is different because this is a hobby that requires that. Like you have to be part of it.
Yeah.
No doubt. Attic, you had a question. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I think a lot of it has to do with too is they see like journalists and stuff. They don't see the individual journalists. They just see the website they're working for.
Yeah.
Like when you see a review on IGN, they don't see it as that individual person. They just see IGN reviewed such and such. And when it comes to like
Kotaku,
Shots fired.
And when it comes to like influencers, you're seeing them. You're seeing streamers like I know, like Valkyrie, Aiden Ross, like all of them. Like you're seeing them play the game. You're seeing them review the game, and I think that's why, because it's more intimate. It's like you are actually seeing the person. And for the most part, you look at like IGN reviews, any kind of review, like even video reviews. You don't see the actual person most of the time. It's just some gameplay, some voice. And then, not to mention you have stuff that goes on where you find out this person wrote it, but this person voiced it. And then it's just like,
exactly.
That's weird. That goes down. And then it's just like, that's slowly, it's like, well, this review might have been written by this and voiced by this, but I know this person did both.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, it's real. It's like I said. I wanted to commend you on that because it's rare that I see the way you embrace it. I think it's different from the majority of your colleagues, and I think, to be honest,
rare. It is rare. No, I see that too.
Yeah, it's part. I think it's part of your success and the way you handle yourself. I think people really gravitate towards you because of that as well.
I've heard people like journalists say that they don't even think like influencers them deserve to be at like E3s and stuff. Like I've heard conversations like that go down.
I will say this, right? Because I can see both sides of the fence. I can see you struggling, you're breaking your butt, you're doing everything that you possibly can to get into this business. You're going to school, getting into debt, you're doing intern services. You got this guy coffee for so damn long, and he's still not looking at the piece that you put on his desk. Those type of things, and you're putting up with a lot of stuff. And then you look over and there's this kid on YouTube who covers the same story that you left on the desk, and he's getting a different type of light. And I can see he didn't earn it in your eyes. But you took a different approach. You looked at what made these individuals special, right? Because it is some form of craft to be able to get up and to get on a microphone and to carry a conversation and to bring across some type of your personality to the piece, because it's a piece giving from that person. Not necessarily the same way that you would give a piece. So that's why I give you guys reverence, because you did go through the stuff. You went through the mud. And, I do accept some of the titles that are given to us, but I do love the fact that you embrace us in that manner and you give that respect right back.
And not to mention, I do feel like journalists have a better safety net than like a lot of YouTubers and streamers. Unless you're like huge and you got plenty of money back, you've invested money. YouTube goes down, there's a lot of people just gonna be unemployed. Immediately.
That's true.
At least like a journalist or someone that actually has a backing, like a degree or something, like they can use that leverage to go somewhere else. Maybe not in the gaming industry, but something else. Like YouTube goes down, it's just a wrap for a lot of people. Like it's over.
Yeah, well, the thing about journalists is that a lot of us are getting laid off, whether it's in the game space or even in the regular news space too. Like there's a lot of that. But King, I'm glad also you said that. I'm glad you mentioned that it takes a lot of talent to do what you guys do. It really does. It's exhausting. I tried to stream regularly, and like you don't really know until you know. So it's like I said earlier. It's like you can't really. Like you can't judge it, but like you really know when you give it a shot, when you really try to when you're in it, when you're really trying to make that hustle, when you try to get when you try to earn every single viewer, when every single viewer counts, that's so much work, so I have to respect it so much.
I always say like
I have a controversial question for him.
Okay.
Well, can I say mine before you go to the rabbit hole real quick?
Yeah. This is a deep question, and I saved this when I knew we was gonna have you on.
Okay, so I always say like the hardest mental barrier to break down in YouTube is speaking into a mic and talking to no one. Like, because it's hard to like visualize. That's why I always say like streaming and solo podcasting is some of the hardest things you'll do in this content.
Yeah.
That's why Combat Talk with the King is crazy.
Salute to you. Continue, King. Your question.
So, my question to you is: how do you feel about the rise of artificial intelligence and in many of our?
That's a concern.
Yeah, our artistic and journalistic avenues are being given to this AI. Like, because I've seen AI write pieces, I've seen AI make art. So what is your thought on that? Because I deal with the logistics of newspapers and stuff like that in the same area, right? So I know when we were at our peak and where we are now, and jobs are being cut at an astronomical rate, right? The production of papers are not as high as it used to be. And these magazines and papers are diversifying by going digital as well to keep the writers and stuff like that, like you guys on. But with the invention of AI, that threatens that market. How do you feel about that encroaching on your livelihood?
Well, it's just interesting you say that because the Washington Post has been using AI to write some stories. There's sports stories,
Right.
just game scores. This game happened. This is the data. It just crunches it down, and sometimes that's all you need, and that's all we use it for. To what we've been talking about, that's why personality is so important. Because I don't know how much further we can go with AI. Obviously I'm afraid of it too,
Right.
but that's why personality and being yourself and being a person is so important. You can't just be because think about the mentality it is where it's like, oh, we could just replace that reporter with an AI because that person had no personality.
Nothing to offer.
Nothing. That person went to the football game, wrote down the scores, came back and wrote a story. Do we need to do that, or can we just have an AI do that?
Right.
Do we need to pay that person health insurance to just do that, or do we need to do AI? So there are ways to use it smartly. But again, that's why being Gene Park instead of just being a reporter for the Washington Post
is important.
is important.
Absolutely.
I got to be me, no matter what.
Absolutely, and like you said about being indispensable and skill sets and other things like that. Another question, a couple questions I want to follow up before we move on is, one thing that I really respect about you is how you kind of, besides the content creator, the respect you have for that, you have a very passion for like music and video games, and I think me and you kind of share that. And I think a quote you said, video games are closer to rock and roll or hip hop, a living culture in which about 2 billion humans on Earth participate. So tell me about this. Like, why does this resonate with you? And then also specifically, why does music in general resonate with you in gaming? And then also specifically, you're a defender of hip hop in gaming as well. Because some people are resistant when they hear hip hop in gaming sometimes. So tell us about that, your thoughts on both of those.
Well, I mean, I grew up in the era of I grew up with other people, and I probably said it myself, where it's like rap is crap, And then like when you you probably haven't heard that in years before, but I still remember when people used to say that, and then so when I finally started listening to hip hop, I was like, this is just actually like a new kind of music, and
low end theory.
The low end theory.
Let's go.
Like Public Enemy, like I met Chucky before too, So, I was like, this is the energy that's good. That's going to bring about change. This is the energy that culture is built around. And that's the same thing with gaming too. That's why I look at influencers like rock stars. Like for me, it's just a different kind of vibe. And even hip hop isn't what it used to be.
It's changed.
It's crazy out there the how much you have to hustle for like every single Spotify stream, and that's why there's a monoculture happening in the music too, But
in that space too, in the creative space, they are using AI, like the AI rapper that they use, and like we're never going to see artists hit that milestones of 1 million albums sold. Artists will never go diamond again off of sales. I just noticed that the Baby and NBA YoungBoy just sold probably 40,000 copies, and that was considered a win. Where 40,000 copies of a piece of music, your album, before you would be banished to some other side label. You could sell that out of your trunk. So the way that we're streaming and we're consuming all this information and stuff like now has really changed. So music is definitely a part of it, but the way we consume it is completely different now.
And imagine a game selling 40,000 copies.
Oh my God. Well, I think we will probably get there as far as physical copies, right? Because and what I'm saying is, we know that streaming is definitely up through the roof, right? So people stream the album completely different opposed to, and they get a la carte. So those throwaway songs that, people will put on an album that you would skip, you can't do that anymore. You got to have like 7 good songs that you could put out so they can stream all at the same time. and the album sales. So we'll see a decline in physical copies, but increase in digital, because
Yeah,
that's how it's coming
that's
now.
why there's so many EPs these days too.
Yes.
You do see so many albums with only 7, 8 tracks these
Yes.
days.
Yeah. No, it's dope, and what you mentioned, and how you kind of champion in that as far as the gaming and music and the importance and significance to it. And it's funny because I'm kind of the same, and I want to see more of it, and I'm excited for quote unquote Project Shaolin and some other things. I remember the Def Jam James from back in the day. You know what I'm saying, guys? So I was following your timeline. You had shouted out the E from Rough Rider joint that you remember, and connections with Street Fighter and stuff like that as well.
Yeah,
So I thought that was
exactly. I've been talking to the rappers that did the Street Fighter 6 song. So I'm hoping
Oh,
to do
nice.
something with them too.
Nice.
So yeah, so like I'm deeply connected to like music and games. Like I've interviewed, like, one of my career highlights is I've interviewed RZA and Jizza.
Oh,
Uh,
Jizza?
Yeah,
Liquid Swords?
they were doing a fundraising stream of playing chess. So I talked to them about their chess game, and like what they got going on, and it was just a dream come true for me.
Oh, that's fine, brother. Salute. You don't see this. So last point question I have for you is it's more of a serious note. Obviously, you gave the community, a serious time to reflect last year, and we saw a video. It was called A Cancerous Gene. And it was very touching. A lot of people rallied behind you, when you kind of brought forth to the public your diagnosis. Since then, you made the announcement that you are now cancer-free. So I wanted to ask you, though, just like that journey from obviously being diagnosed and just the physical and mental strength required for you to come back to where you are and go back to the post and do what you love, because that was tremendous, brother.
It's crazy, like I went through so many body changes in the last 6 months, and the fact that I was able to have surgery in late November to revert all those changes back to, my body just being kind of normal, So like I lost a foot of my colon, so like the food travels a little shorter. That's about it, and I lost part of my bladder, so I pee one more time throughout the day. But that's the most effect that I've had, other than continuing to monitor, making sure that I stay cancer free, because recurrence is always an issue with all of us. So, but yeah, I can't even. I can barely process what happened the last several months, and I feel like I'm still in that process of like trying to like figure out how to approach it. But that's why me going back to work was so important, because like I can distract myself, like my life is no longer just defined by I had cancer, like my life is defined by, oh, I got this project, I got this coming up, like I have my interview with Neil Druckmann. That's something that I had to work.
Oh, you was outside, baby. Good talk.
Great Neil Druckmann.
Amazing interview.
Yeah, I had that working like as I was in recovery, because I was like, like I want to come back to work and I want to hit the ground running. I want people to see me hitting the ground running. I wanted to be seen like that.
So you wanted to make sure that they know the champ didn't lose a step.
Exactly. It was absolutely a show, like a flex of strength. Like I was I'm good.
Listen, I saw you pull up. You had the J's on. You know what I'm saying? One of the picture. I was like, okay, the swag is right. The voice. Listen, man.
Chicago lost in pounds. Yeah.
You see?
Yes.
You see what I'm saying? But on his downtime, he rocks some Crocs.
Oh no, let's not do that. Don't put that on.
I actually do have Crocs.
There you go. I don't got him. I told you, real recognize real.
And ladies and gentlemen, this was G Park's last episode on ILO. We regretfully like to inform you, face this fashion show.
I told you, real recognize real.
Oh man, salute to G, though, my brother. Tremendous history. I mean, I could talk to you for hours, so much more, but we'd be 5 hours. We can't do that.
Yes, sir.
So, what we're going to do is a question that we ask every member of the realm, guest in the realm. I need Lord Gene's top 5 video games
check this out.
or franchises of all time.
Top 5 video game franchises of all time. That's a good one. Number 1 would be Resident Evil.
Woo!
And that's surprising for me to say, because I would be like, oh, Zelda or Souls, which are like my number 2 or 3, right? But like when I think about it, I have played more Resident Evil than I played anything else. And it is series I go back to like every few months. It is a series I go back to whenever I'm feeling down, depressed, whatever I need to like distract my mind. Like I know like the Resident Evil puzzles, and like for me, like that comfort of like just being able to like put things where they need to be, like that's what Resident Evil always is, right? Like you got to put the green jewel into the green hole, like
right.
like so like that, like just that's just comforting. Also, like, the pop of a zombie's head,
Oh,
like,
yeah.
that's always satisfying too.
So we got Resident Evil.
Resident Evil. I would say number 2 is the Soul series, the FromSoft Soul series, Demon Souls, Dark Souls 1, 2, 3,
Elden Ring.
Elden Ring, of course, too. Again, those games are like therapy for me, where it's like, like especially Dark Souls 1, where I know like exactly what I need to do in Dark Souls 1. Like it's like I still like Dark Souls 1 more than Elden Ring, because Elden Ring is just too damn big, There's just too much to do, where it's like, okay, like that's not comforting, because I know, like, okay, there's like 10,000 miles ahead of me.
Yeah.
Whereas in Dark Souls, I know the journey from beginning to end.
Gotcha.
That's exactly how it's gonna go.
All right, so we got that.
Number 3 will be Zelda.
Okay.
What more can be said?
Let's go.
I even like Twilight Princess, and I gave Twilight Princess an 8 back in the day.
What did you give Skyward Sword?
Sacrilege.
I didn't review Skyward Sword back in the day, but I hated Skyward Sword until
Attic loves it.
Hold on, time out.
Attic
Let him
loves
finish.
it.
He didn't finish.
Before you start cheering.
until the re-release
Oh,
on the Switch, and I was like, actually, this game is brilliant. Like, I just need to get rid of the motion controls. That's it.
he agrees with Attic though.
No, I'm cool with that. I don't care as long as they say it's brilliant.
Attic,
No, that's exactly what I said. Like, look, I feel like people get on to me because I'm not the biggest fan of Breath of the Wild, because I don't feel like it's the foundation of Zelda. There's like a lot of things missing about Zelda, about that game. And people's like, oh, what do you talk about? But then when I played Skyward Sword, I'm like, see, these are temples. This is a well thought of story. It's like Breath of the Wild is literally, okay, the sword's over here. There's
Watch
random
your
stuff
mouth.
on the map. Just go in the middle and skip all of that.
Anyway, I'm sorry, I'm being biased. Continue, G.
Number 4 and 5 is tough. Gosh, it'd probably be something Capcom.
I see a specific arcade unit behind you.
Yeah. That's a big blue arcade cabinet with Street Fighter 2.
Nice. Let's go.
Champion Edition, Turbo, and Darkstalkers in there. So
Darkstalkers.
Legendary.
yeah.
Okay.
So, and then number 5 will be Halo.
Okay.
Definitely.
I love everything. I love the show. Loving is too much. I
Yeah.
love the show. Yeah. But I thought the show was entertaining. And
Okay.
it was fun.
Right.
And it was, it has.
It's entertaining to talk about. I don't know about watching.
It's entertaining to talk about too. It's like even the stupid stuff, because I acknowledge that like 70% of it is really dumb, and dumb, right? But like there's 30% that's interesting and cool, and like the 70% that's dumb and bad, at least it's like fun or funny to talk about, So
I think me and you share this is like, just sometimes I can appreciate just because there's a video game adaptation just made on some level that I'm already interested. You know what I'm saying? So
I'm already interested.
Yeah, like
Exactly.
my bar is a little lower because I'm just happy I want to see what y'all do and what the references and stuff like that. So I get
exactly.
it.
Like are you guys gonna have fun with this? Then,
Right.
then I'll have fun with it. That's it. That's
No
it,
doubt, no doubt. Surround
And
that.
I watch every single video game adaptation ever made. Like
Okay.
I even did like an Oscars article where it's like, okay, this is the best director, this is the best like actress in like all the video game movies ever, that kind of thing.
That's what's up. Oh, that's what's up. I gotta check that out. I didn't even know about that.
Yeah.
And favorite console of all time and why?
I think that's an easy one. I think that's actually the Nintendo Switch.
Ooh,
Switch
coming in
Yeah. And it's only
why?
It's only because it's so stacked with like a lot of modern classics.
Yeah.
Dark Souls. You got your Zelda Breath of the Wild.
Tell him why. Tell him why Breath of the Wild. Tell him.
Because I do think that is foundational to the first game. The
Yes, it
temples
is.
and everything like that, and the routine. That's foundational to the Link to the Past,
Thank
which is like a beautiful template. I love it. But that's the template. Breath of the Wild was a template for Zelda 1, and that was the thing that got me into it.
Okay.
But the Switch has Doom. It's got Witcher 3. It's got Dark. It's got
Tell
Dark
King
Souls.
there's ports over there. Tell him.
There's
You know,
ports.
It is. I mean,
Tell him.
They're smeared in Vaseline, but they're there. They're there.
Listen,
Yeah.
Gene has to wear his glasses when playing certain games, but
Good.
Nier Automata, you know, and then all,
That's
Ooh.
right. That's right.
and all the Nintendo games too. So for me, I think it might actually be like, if there's gonna be one console that I'll keep for the rest of the time,
Switch.
at this point, it would be the Switch.
Yeah.
Overall, like I think in terms of like the long history of consoles, it would have to be the PlayStation 2.
Oh, two.
yeah.
PlayStation 2.
No
you know?
doubt. No doubt.
The diversity in it, like the amount of games that it had, like I can't even
Ridiculous.
I can't
Go.
I can't even begin to like count out the number of games on the PS2. So
No doubt, no doubt. And they're gonna sneak this one. Your top journalistic moment. I know Juicy J's up there, but top moments as a journalist. What was those?
I think the most that I'll say one recent win, and like I don't get enough flowers for this one, was that I was the first mainstream journalist to cover the metaverse, and this was like before like Facebook and Mark Zuckerberg like started to like run his mouth about like like changing his company into like the metaverse company or whatever like that.
No comment. Move
Like,
on.
yeah, like so that's why I looked at Fortnite. You know, like Addict says he's in love with Fortnite. I was hugely addicted to Fortnite.
Right.
And then like I definitely saw the metaverse possibilities there, so I wanted to chase that story. So I talked to Tim Sweeney, I talked to like all these different people, and I was the first person to kind of see this change of the internet. And for me, like that story came from like this passion of like, okay, well, journalism dropped the ball when it came to being caught up on the internet. Now the internet is about to change, and we still haven't caught up with the regular internet today. Like journalism is going to be dead in like 10, 20 years. Like so that's where my mentality is.
Fire.
Where I'm running around the newsroom saying the metaverse is coming, and none of you are ready. You know?
The British are coming. I like that.
Do you have two lights shining?
I was like, nobody is ready for this. Nobody's ready for the metaverse, you know. And people were talking to me like crazy.
I think everybody's concerned with trying to shut it down and
Well,
not
yeah,
trying to
exactly.
make that be the thing. I think that's
Yeah, that's salute to you, Gene, being on to something, man.
So we could definitely change that subject, though. I'm sure that's very, very
we can move on. We can definitely move on for me. But now look, salute to you, man. Tremendous history. You know we could talk forever. The amazing Gene Paul. Hopefully still rocking for us for still a topic or two, which would be great. But yeah, man, I loved it. We definitely kindred spirits here. So much history. The journey has been absolutely tremendous. We're going to talk more, and let's get these topics solved. We're going to get a couple super chats before we move into the topics.
Yeah, sure.
And then I'm going to take a quick bladder break while we do it.
Yeah.
We have a B. Lou member for 16 months, Lord Bronze. Lords, you are appreciated. King, now that Big Frank got cut, you think we're going to get him versus Fury? Y'all got a Discord for supporters? Question. Keep killing it.
I don't know. Maybe. Hopefully we get that.
Definitely a Discord, though. Addict, if you could just put that info in the chat, Addict, appreciate that. We got Pixelbit G. Pixelbit G member for 37 months, Lord Bronze. Shout out to you, sir. Appreciate you. Then we have Hargeet Shani member for 1 year, $10 super chat. What Gene is describing for Halo 2, the hype, the energy, that's what I want Xbox to do for Starfield. Why don't we have that anymore? Phil, make it happen. Bring the energy, launch party, ILP dominance.
It's not like that. That's not, you can't manufacture fake hype. The trepidation that people have with Starfield is because there wasn't a Starfield before it. The reason why Halo 2 was so incredible is because we were seeing if it can live up to what Halo 1 did. So maybe Starfield 2 will generate that hype, but Starfield 1 has to be Halo.
Yeah.
So in order to get
It's equivalent to like the new Zelda and the new God of War. Like, can it relive what it did a couple years before?
the difference between and I can tell you exactly why God of DLC fell flat.
Oh Lord.
No,
I can tell you exactly why. Halo 2 did stuff different. Gave you some of the same dual welding, they just went above and beyond. The world seemed bigger, more vibrant, better. God of War played it safe. That's all. That's what I'm saying. So it felt like more of the same, and you just were linked to the story. You just wanted to see what's the end of this story, because it was just felt like the game was in the way of the story, in my opinion. That's all.
It's also a different place in time. Like we are back then, you didn't have the information flow that we have now, where people, if you want to be in the know, you're gonna find out a lot about this game before it comes out.
Yeah.
Whereas back then, like you're only really seeing what they give you. And so,
Magazines.
yeah, the ability to build up hype and the desire for people to go out and stand on the line and be part of an event is different than it is now. It just doesn't happen anymore. You know, you don't see those huge launches for consoles and stuff like that where you have, 1,000 people on the line. It just doesn't really happen anymore. So if we had that level of hype might be there for a game like Starfield, even not it being an unknown quantity.
Right.
So, all right.
Chats we got.
We got Necromancer's Ale member for 14 months. Lord Gold, here's to another great show. Thanks for the advanced GG code, ordered gummies, and hydration. No doubt.
Get your GG up. Code ILO 30. Get it.
And we have Jeesh, $2 super chat. Thanks for being the GOAT, Gene. Yes, this is a goated episode.
Yeah, it's definitely
sure
already.
already.
Yeah, you had to be here for this.
Past all my expectations.
Woo, for sure.
And we have Forza Legend member for 2 years, $2 super chat. It's confirmed that Stalker 2 is now Xbox exclusive and PC only. We'll see.
No, I think
I
the
don't
devs
know.
did say
Might be the
something.
RDNA 2 stuff.
Oh, God. Moving on.
Then we have Eliad Slobovich, member for
Slobovich.
2 years. 15. I forgot what is it rupees? It could be.
Might be,
rupees.
yeah.
Happy Lord's Day. Definitely following Lord Gene after this great appearance on ILP. Thanks to ILP for the content as usual. 2023 off to a great start. Yes, it is, sir.
No doubt. Slow. You wasn't following Lord G. You better get on that G Park. Stop playing.
Yeah.
Salute.
And we have Forza Legend member for 2 years, $2 super chat. EA is a huge influence on hip hop and video games. Yeah, back in the day,
That was back in the day when I first heard Nas
Yeah.
playing in NBA Live.
Yeah. They had the music. Yeah, shout out to 2K. They be having stuff too.
Yes, sir.
They
And
got that after NBA Live. I don't care. EA pioneered that.
Oh no, yeah, we definitely. I remember even
Madden? You remember
I started
Madden?
getting into rock music because of Madden. I was like, Madden would have like little joints playing in the menu. They play it so many times in the menu.
That you want to download it.
I was like, yo, who's Machine Head and who? What's this? I was kind of jamming. I ain't go front.
Then we have Forza Legend again, member for 2 years, $5 super chat. Def Jam Fight for New York is probably the most requested remake of all time.
Gene put the hands up. Put the
That
arm.
never
Woo!
happened.
Also, NBA Street Volume 2, NFL Street, Need for Speed Underground 1 and 2, big hip hop games.
Gene,
Yes.
do we co-sign this? Do we co-sign these?
Fight for New York. They gave you like you not only got a custom character, but you can like custom like your moves. Like
Yeah.
you can call them from like the other fighters, or you can make your own custom
Young
fighter.
character. Oh, that was amazing.
Yeah, like there's no other game that does that besides like the upcoming Street Fighter 6 that's coming out this year. And Fight for New York did that back in the day. That's crazy,
man.
you know.
Yeah.
Talk to him.
Love that game. Love that
No
game.
doubt.
We have the Everborn Saga.
Uh-oh.
Member $5 super chat.
Mm-hmm.
Sonic Frontiers is greater than Skyward Sword. Tell King I want all the smoke.
The numbers would not indicate that, sir. I think you need to stand down. Stand down, sir. When you fix the overworld, then come and talk.
You know Everborn wasn't gonna let it slide, bro. That's
he's not
Sonic.
playing. He
He
out here
about to
for them.
smoke for Sonic, no doubt. Continue.
And we have Lognet's finest, Lord Flame, $5 super chat. Good afternoon, IOP. I hope everyone is doing well. It's fantastic having the legendary Gene Park in the realm. He is an inspiration to us all. Yes, he is.
Yes, he is. Yes, he is. Salute to Flame, assistant editor, LordsOfGaming.net. Salute, brother. Good to see you.
And we are caught up.
We're all caught up. All right, let's do the poll. Last week's poll was also in. The people have spoken with the rumors of an Xbox game showcase imminent. Which do you feel should be Xbox's primary focus on the show's direction? The winner of the four-way ILP poll, almost a deadlock with 41%. Second place was 39%. But with 41% of the vote was wanting a roadmap for 2023 with release dates. So that's what they want. Coming in at second place, 39% of the vote was updated gameplay trailers for Redfall, Starfield, Forza, and potentially a new IP. In third place with a very close 11%, well, actually not very close, that was not farther. 11% of the vote was I don't care. But he said, I don't care, but I better not hear I need to wait until 2024 for these games. And in last place with 8% of the vote was separate Starfield for its own deep dive show, which actually ended up happening. We're going to talk about it.
Yep.
So, Attic, your thoughts on the people? They want the roadmap. They want the release. That's what they want from this developer direct.
Well, we're gonna get the roadmap for all of them, but Starfield. There you go.
No doubt. So let's lead right into it. So I'll set you up, Addy. This is your topic, but I'll just give you the official press release. Shout out to Xbox News at Xbox.com, Xbox Wire, Xbox, and Bethesda to present the Developer Direct live stream on January 25th. And it's called, obviously, the Developer Direct, and presented by the game creators themselves from studios such as Arcade Austin, Mojang Studios, Turn 10 Studios, ZeniMax Online. The Developer Direct will focus on big features, extended gameplay showcases, and latest info for Xbox games launching in the next few months, including The Elder Scrolls Online, Forza Motorsport, Minecraft Legends, and Redfall. And they said to dedicate the proper amount of time for a deep dive into Bethesda Game Studios, Starfield, a standalone show, is in the works. And then to follow up with Lord Greeny, Aaron Greenberg, on Twitter, he said that, and since many folks have asked, our show is tracking 43 minutes long. So, he says, outlining this announcement, our goal has been to be as transparent as possible on what the devs and teams and the games expect to see in the show. So this has hit the interwebs. Attic, this is your topic. How you want to approach it, man?
I just want the general, impression of the Lords and Lord Gene. Mm-hmm. I'm okay with them coming out and saying, look, don't expect Starfield here. Mm-hmm. I understand the decision behind it. I understand it's a big game, but at the same time, I don't agree with not having it here in any way, shape, or form. Mm. You can easily show this game in some way, if it's a new trailer, some kind of, maybe minute trailer with, I would prefer a release date. And then it's like, if you want to see more in depth on this game, mm-hmm. we got an event for you. And then they show the release date to that event. Mm-hmm. I just feel like it really makes me think this game's getting pushed back to late 2023, because it's just like, I don't understand why you're bringing this to the front, mm-hmm. and these games are supposed to come out in the next 5 months.
Are you implying that the development, the marketing cycle might not be time enough if it's coming? What are we doing, Attic? What you saying?
Unless, I don't think we're going to get the actual event for Starfield next month, because at that point, maybe it's just a time restraint or anything like that, but it's just like, maybe we'll get it like the beginning of March.
Okay.
I don't know, because like it's just weird. It's like,
you heard the same thing, right, Gene?
I haven't heard anything.
You try to make him an NBA
like,
dude. That's what you're doing.
It's just, this is your biggest game this year. This is the game everyone's asking for. This is the game that people realistically expected at the Video Game Awards. Mm-hmm. And this is the only game you're not showing. Cool. I get it. It's a big game. You want to give it enough time to really unwrap Starfield. Mm-hmm. But you could easily do that and still have Starfield at this event. I'm not giving them that excuse. You could easily have Starfield at this event, because it's coming out this 6 months. Allegedly, mm-hmm. and you could easily still look, but we're gonna have a breakdown next month, the month after that. Mm-hmm. But here's what you needed to know. Here's when it's coming out, and if you want to see more information on this game, you can watch that event when that event goes live.
Just to be clear, before we open it up to Gene. They stupid 108. He said Addict's World is in full effect. I haven't heard that in a while. But look, in fairness to my man. So your concern is because even though they set expectation by saying that it's not going to be at this event, you're concerned that it not being at this event, that something is up as far as the release?
No,
Okay.
nothing even that. It's like, look, like people expected this at the Video Game Awards. And when we didn't see it at the Video Game Awards, we were told it's soon. Now we get this event that's soon, and it's still not at the soon event that we were teased a month ago that there had more information on.
In fairness, they didn't say
no.
Starfield was going to be there. But
No,
in
but
fairness.
they said we will show you more, and everyone is looking for Starfield. Sure, people are excited about
You
Redfall.
not hype
Sure,
about
people are
Minecraft.
excited about Minecraft Legends, but everyone is looking for Starfield, and they came out there and they said we will have more information on you guys shortly. And then when we get more information, but we gotta wait longer for that one. Like, nah, like it would be different. This game was coming out in November. And we knew it was coming out in November. Okay, you got plenty of time. But you mean to tell me this game's supposed to come out in 5 months, and at the end of this month we're having an event, and we're still not seeing this game? So they're gonna have like a month of marketing.
Trouble in paradise. Something's wrong.
Are they gonna have like a month of marketing before the game comes out? Because
That's
that's
the
what
greatest
fucking
marketing ever.
Look, I mean, Atticus. Okay, let's open it up. First, let's start with Lord Gene.
I'm going back to my grapes.
Yo, he got his red. I'm gonna go back to eat now after I ran it. So my question is, Lord G, is first of all about the developer direct announcement. You know, what are your thoughts on that? And then obviously the second part, what Attic alluded to about Starfield having its own show.
I think I'm kind of like with your boy Matty here, where it's like it's interesting to see how they missed the opportunity for Game Awards. Because Matty said, and I also agree with saying that they had a missed opportunity to hit the wider gaming audience.
Yes.
Because like, you know, again, and we saw Jeff Keighley come out with the numbers, you know, like mind blowing like audience numbers. That's a captive audience that Xbox missed, and like it's surprising that even within the last 2 months they couldn't even show up for that. Yeah. You know, but they can show up for this later on. Like something's going on, you know. And yeah, it's disappointing that Starfield is still being pushed off, you know, and Xbox themselves set that expectation back in June by saying like you know, these are going to be within the year. We didn't ask for that. We didn't ask for that.
I agree. I didn't like the 12-month format. I'm sorry, I interrupted you.
No, I'm with you. That nobody really asked for that, and like you know, and I appreciate like the intent of it, you know, because like, you know, nobody appreciated seeing Fable, like, or like as a Nintendo fan, nobody appreciated seeing Metroid Prime 4 like 4 or 5 years ago, and we still got nothing on that too.
Yeah. To tell the truth and shame the devil, sir. Tell the truth and shame the devil. Microsoft held a different standard.
Let me address the chat real quick. First off, Thinker sitting there saying you're mad annoying. Hold that timeout. You can be in timeout for 2
You
minutes.
can't time out a man for saying you annoying.
No. Second off, this chat saying addict. I want them to get more time. In what way, shape, or form do you think doing one cannot do the other? You could easily do both. Do you think that because that one trailer is at a show, everyone is not working on Starfield? Stop it, man. I'm going back to my grades.
Continue, G. Yeah, we got the red off again.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what Xbox can do to market it though. I'm not you know, I have no experience in marketing video games worldwide. But like, man, like just to what that commenter said, it would be nice just to have that kind of energy, because you know, when I do think about it, like last week you guys said that this is the biggest exclusive for Xbox since the first Halo, and I was like, well, maybe Gears, but then when you really think about it, not really Gears. It really is. It really goes back to Halo 1, I think. I think that is true, because this is for Game Pass. This is the argument for Game. This is the argument for Game Pass, dude. This is the argument for Xbox's like business future, you know. And Starfield is the centerpiece of that argument.
Yes.
You know, so it needs to get out there. It needs to
Game
knock it out
Pass
of the park.
especially,
you know, it needs to get out Game Pass. It needs to be clean. It needs to be a clean game.
Yes.
It can't be like what Bethesda used to be before, you know.
Good point.
And you know, and it's got to be 1080. It's got to be 60 frames
Ooh.
at least at 1080p. At least at 1080p. You know.
Question, Lord G. If there is no performance mode,
I wouldn't care. I'd be fine with it.
Okay.
Because I'm one of the few people who look. I grew up on Xbox 360. Like we were playing games like 20 frames per second back in the day. You know, so it's like I'm okay with that. Like I'm acclimated to all that. You know.
But 60 frames. I'm on PC.
but yeah, you're on PC, and we are never going to hear the end of it if it isn't 60 frames. We're never going to hear the end of it. Everyone's going to be complaining about it. You know, the Sony fanboys aren't ever going to let up on it. They're going to be relentless.
I mean, they can't really be upset because a lot of the games is 30 frames per second, anyways.
I can't.
Yeah.
I think my mindset is like the fact that it's been so extra with Microsoft about performance modes. That's an L if their flagship game for this year doesn't have a performance mode.
Yeah.
It'll be interesting. A lot of systems. We'll see what happens. No, but I hear you. I hear you, Gene, in reference to, you know, what you said in, you know, as far as setting the expectation with the Game Awards, right? And being the fact that they utilized that platform before to showcase things, so they're not there. But to your point, I think, you know, making this announcement, I guess my question to you is, do you think they set the proper expectation with announcing the Developer Direct and saying now, hey, look, Starfield, we're going to dedicate its own show? Do you think that was the right approach with that information put out?
I think if they really don't have the information for Starfield already, then they got to do that. They had to do that. You know, so it was, you know, but the way I see it is damage control ahead of it. You know, that's what it is. You know,
okay.
Yeah, because they had to do that.
Yeah, for me, it is objectively damage control, like preemptive damage control. That sucks. Again, that's
imagine if we waited.
You know?
Yeah.
Imagine if we waited for that, Gene, and Starfield wasn't there, and they didn't say it wasn't going to be there.
Oh, I was those were my balls. So I was literally going to say, they would have been hell to pay if they did that for sure.
Yeah,
for sure.
like I would riot at the Capitol. I would go up the street.
You gonna storm the Xbox offices?
It'll be an insurrection in Seattle, you know, or Bethesda because Bethesda is right up the street. You know?
Oh, Gene! We try to get G locked up, man.
I'm okay with it not being there because they are going to give me such a big deep dive, but it's like at the same time, it's like, dude, like you guys when they came out and jumped the gun and said 12 months, and then like I'm sitting here looking at the calendar, and it's just like, yo, it don't look like this is 12 months, even though this could easily come out in 12 months, but it doesn't. It's just. I wish they never would have said that 12 months thing.
Yeah,
because I feel like that's.
I wouldn't be surprised if it comes out later too.
That sounds like a lot of Kool-Aid.
Well, here's the thing. Though I said I wouldn't even mind if Starfield got pushed back off that June date.
I don't.
But it's just my thing is if it got. I just don't want it. If they do another 12-month thing this year, I don't want them showing a game that was supposed to be in the 12-month last year.
No, let me tell you something. And I'm gonna keep it 100. I'm gonna call Gene. If they miss this 12 months, Gene gonna go down there. We're gonna raise hell.
It is the thing. They pigeonholed themselves. Is it L? Yeah, they did. They did. They told them. Listen. Let's be real here.
Anyway,
this is a Todd Howard BGS open world game. In no world, it would be.
What you imply? What are you implying?
There's no scenario. There's no scenario.
Be careful.
It would be wishful thinking.
Be careful
To think that this game comes out in any state other than somewhat broken. It is, and it all depends on whether it's playfully broken. Like, oh, look at this astronaut with boobs coming out of his head. Cool,
man,
funny.
doing that.
Or if it's
my Sword and Shield,
exactly.
Pokemon Scarlet and Violet. Yeah,
there you go. Or is it damn? Every time I try to boot the game up, it crashes. My whole house turns off. Like, you know,
the problem with this game is most Bethesda games come out, they're buggy at the beginning until they get that first couple patches done.
Right.
But the fun factor is far surpassed the annoyance factor.
Right. And then,
but I will say,
even
even though they didn't make Fallout 76, a sister studio made that game, so they had to take the L for that.
They have to.
There was nothing to do really in that game, so you only dealt with the issue.
Right. So this is the thing, right? To me, looking back on it, James said something about how they have to be a different Bethesda. I think the one thing that they wish they would have done is to not even acknowledge the existence of this game until 6 months that they were 100% sure internally this game was ready to come out. You pull the Fallout 4, you don't acknowledge the existence of the game. I don't even care if it is a new IP. People are going to be excited about it, no matter what. It's a new BGS game. Now, to Addict's point, they had the stumble of, we have to answer for 76, right? We have to answer for 76. So the next thing we come out, we have to talk about it because, hey, we have to make sure people are confident in what we're bringing to the table. We did that to ourselves. My thing is, look at all the conversations we're having. It better be 60. It can't. This hypothetical window that they created for themselves, which is an unnecessary rake, right? We're all arguing about how much of vanilla it is if it goes past the 30th of June or whatever. What happens if they never said anything about this, and then at E3 they're like, you'll be playing the next BGS game in November.
Okay, King, why did they come out and like you being told behind closed doors? We can have this out. And hold up. Yeah. Okay, so NDA, dude, you're being told. You're being told, yo, it's up to you, King. Do I release this in May right now? 30 frames, or do I release it in July, 60 frames?
You missed that date coming for your forehead.
Okay. But again, when I say they pigeonhole themselves,
when you gonna get the full me pause. But after
so that's why when I say they pigeonhole themselves, when I say that's exactly what I mean. You put yourself in a position to fail the consumer unnecessarily, right? In so many ways. To me, I'm gonna be honest, I like being surprised by stuff, by games. I like coming into a year and be like, I don't know what's gonna come out.
Yeah,
we have ideas
like
about
the only
stuff.
person on the panel that I'll find some juicy stuff out, man. Stuff that no one else saws. Like, don't tell me.
Don't tell me. I don't want to know. I love the secrecy around games because it makes.
So when we do reactions, Psalms is genuine. Like, you didn't know nothing about that.
I know nothing, and that's why my track record.
I've had people literally message me an entire show right before the show before. Like, it's ridiculous. Like,
and I would curse that person out. They did that to me.
And you know how it is, like when you open a message and you start reading before you realize what you're reading, it's too late. Like,
my whole thing is this. I like the fact that they're saying, hey, we're going to come out, we're going to give you deep dives in these games. All right. I do think
40 minutes without Starfield is good too. 40 minutes without Starfield.
Don't forget the extra 43.
Yeah. So it really is. And then you have the Elder Scrolls Online extended thing right afterwards, right?
Which is interesting. I feel like they should have gave that to the Video Game Awards. Like that's probably something they could have easily put it there, and it would have got, because I think they should have at the video
thing.
But it does feel like that whatever the ESO stuff is very substantial. It's substantial.
Yeah, right? They even have a show after.
Right. The extended thing. So my thing is this: Starfield does deserve its own thing. I don't necessarily agree that by saying that it's coming afterwards, it's an indicator that the game is going to miss that hypothetical window they created for themselves. Because again, to me, the moment you gave yourself the opening to move the game to 2023, it should have always been 11/11/2023. I don't understand why you don't give yourself enough.
Why I gotta wait a year because you want that? Why?
Because it's a game that no matter what. So you want. So you
numeric.
Here we go.
Genius now.
You just told me that the number they gave you, they better stick to it. Hold up. So
here we
go. I just want more time. You're saying
they gave you more time when they told you push it back from when it was looking ugly. It was just one thing that was.
I'm gonna tell you this. I don't. If it's broken beyond belief,
you keep saying
in June.
Though.
No, if it is, I don't want to hear the king. I don't want to hear the king. I don't want to hear the king if it's broken beyond belief. If it's like
you said they Bethesda, they broken. You said this. This is from your mouth.
This is what they do.
Anything God Howard touches comes out broken.
Here we go.
You want to know if it's going to be blatantly broken?
God and them. You're going to tell me that if this game got pushed to 2024, it still wouldn't be. It still wouldn't be. and I guarantee you it'd still be broken in some way. Guarantee.
Oh man, yo, get him out of here.
I guarantee you. I guarantee you.
I'm so sick and tired of your fence behind. Yo, listen, look.
Bro.
No, this is an indictment on all of you dudes.
I didn't even speak yet. How am I indicted?
This is not soft talk Sunday.
I have to ask you. Yo, I'm gonna tell you right now. But what I don't even understand what you're defending.
I'm defending soft talk Sundays.
You're
defending. This is supposed to be soft talk.
But it's no. But but by me saying that it's gonna be broken no matter what, I'm defending them.
No, because your logic is no matter what he does to it, he gonna ship a broken game. True. So if it ship tomorrow or it ship in November by your special 11/11/23.
I agree with King 100%.
Yo, there's still
I
aspects
agree
of
with King 100%.
Skyrim that are still broken.
So what? It's still the greatest selling game of all time.
It does not. So what I'm saying is, though, if they tell you, if Todd Howard's like, you know what, it's still too broken to come out in this window for King.
Todd ain't saying that. Todd telling you it was a go. Todd told you it was
a go.
Todd said
to calm it down. You ain't shipping that dear buddy. Not on
all
my
I'm
name.
saying, I don't want to hear complaints from King that it's sub 30.
You're not gonna hear no complaints from me at all. You know why? You know why you're not gonna hear no complaints?
You need to back down.
Because this game is coming out in June. So you ain't gonna hear no complaints from me. Now, okay, I'm sick and tired of you Xbox dudes.
Here we go. Here we go.
No, I think it was Gene's turn. I'm sorry, I think it was Gene's turn.
You know what? No, it ain't Gene's turn because Gene don't need to take this smoke. This smoke is definitely for you Xbox dudes that are too soft and too scared to take it, too afraid. All right, yeah. I want y'all to do. I want to know what's the roadmap. They gave you a roadmap. They gave you 12 months of roadmap, right? So you sitting there like, we don't like the roadmap because the roadmap is not good for us. Wait a second. You want it this way and you want it that way. They told you that Starfield wasn't ready. They said give us like 4 months, right? Because I remember the joint. Well, okay, NDA do crap. 4 months.
Really? Where'd you get that information?
It needs some polishing. It's in some polishing phase, right? So okay, they gave you longer than 4 months, and you still complaining. It's gonna come out broken. All right, so okay, they said they're gonna give you a show. Addict literally said, I'm sick and tired of you showing your stuff at the Game Awards. Use your own damn platform. True. Phil went there, sat there and said, we ain't showing you a damn thing. And he was all natty. He said, I'm not getting a damn thing. And you said, why the hell is Phil sitting there smiling and he ain't got no game up there? He said, because I'm doing my own damn show in January. So January coming, and he told you, why do Microsoft have to tell y'all what's going to be at the show? I'm so sick and tired of Sony don't, Nintendo don't. You just show up and you get what you get, right? And if they walk off the show and don't show you God of War, y'all sit there and be like, maybe next time, right? Y'all don't care, right? But they told you ahead of time, yo, don't even come here looking for Starfield. That's on a separate show later on. Y'all not happy with that. Why ain't
they never satisfied King? That's the problem.
Why it ain't at the show? Why this broken game that no matter when they ship, it's gonna be broken? Why it ain't at? Because it's broken and you gotta wait for the other show. So y'all can't have it both ways.
Woo!
And I want y'all to stand on your chest, right? Have some faith. Microsoft told you by June.
By June.
All right? And we're going to get another 12 months of Christmas.
Relax,
all right? And another 12 months of good games coming. So right now, you're going to watch Redfall because they're pushing Redfall right now. You're going to watch Minecraft. You're going to watch Forza. You're getting those 3 games first before Starfield. Starfield is bringing up the rear like Barry Bonds, and he's going to knock it out the park, and he ain't going to be broken. So stop being afraid and just sit there. This ain't Soft Talk Sundays. We going to get this done.
Yo!
We're going to get it done.
Gene.
All right.
Every time somebody puts their neck out first, they die.
Hey, you know what? I die so you can live.
Yeah, that's fine. That's fine. But let's just remember, Leonidas walked into that little alcove with 300 buttons. He didn't make it out. He didn't make it out.
He did get murdered.
The craziest thing is they know exactly who he is and they know his story. Your story will never be told because you're sitting there.
So you want a glorious death?
Afraid. I want you to go tell my story. Go tell my story. Tell them how I stood on this and I stand on this right now. I'm with Phil.
So the Starfield have to die for something else.
You know why? You know why? They have to be able to succeed. You have to have faith, right? I got faith. He hasn't proven me wrong yet.
Who is that?
He said
Who?
when Phil told you he's not going to ship a broken game if it's not ready, he don't care. He did it with Halo. It was millions of marketing dollars.
He's not going
right
to do
there.
it, but he did it with Halo.
Yeah, but you know what? It was better than shipping that broken game in the state.
Well, wait
that
a minute.
was.
This flies in the face of everything you're defending. You're about to say you're going to give them the smoke if they don't meet that June deadline.
Because he said, that, listen.
Let's go.
You don't tell me. You don't tell me, here, pay this for this Game Pass. This is gonna be this is gonna be that. We thought that Starfield and Redfall was coming out this year. I'm paying Game Pass. I didn't back off of that. You said 12 months, right? So I'm gonna sit here with this 12 months that you said. I'm living up to my commitment. My commitment is support and being a consumer. Live up to your commitment on delivering on your promises, like you said, right? So your promises, like you said, is 12 months, right? 12 months ain't up. I'm not bothering you. TikTok, buddy. TikTok.
Okay.
Because that June come in and you didn't fly right. I don't care if Redfall hit. I don't care if Forza hit. I don't care if Minecraft hit. If that Starfield ain't out, you are mine. So 12 months. I'm here. I hope you did too.
And what I'm saying is this, I think if hindsight is 2020, they're like, we should have never said anything about this damn game.
I agree.
ever.
I agree.
Ever.
Gee, you sound like you went before I get my bars off. I need to. You sound like he was ready to jump in. I just want to make sure he had any thoughts, or he just listened to us go crazy.
Honestly, but I think my biggest question with Starfield is what kind of Bethesda game are we gonna get? Because like we were talking earlier about how in Oblivion and Skyrim you can like pick up anything. You can pick up literally like every little thing like on the desk, right?
Right.
I have a hard time like seeing a game like that running at 60 frames, at 4K, right? So
The complexities.
So are they gonna peel some of that back? Where it's like like do you really need to pick up everything in Starfield?
Right.
I don't know. Like what kind of Bethesda game are we gonna get? Because like, God, you look at like you look at Horizon Forbidden West, and like that is a gorgeous game that runs at 60 frames per second. And like that kind of reminds me of like a Bethesda game, except that you can't really just pick up everything. Like it's more of an action game, right? So it's like when I look at Starfield, I'm like, okay, this kind of looks like that kind of game where you can have conversations. And the conversations and the action are the centerpiece of it, and not so much like, "Ooh, am I gonna steal this space food?" like it's stuff like that necessary. I don't know.
No, I mean it's a good question, right? Based on their history and the scope of their games, how extensive is it going to be in that regard? And I'll jump in. This is fun.
That would have just to comment on that. If they roll back on that. The Maddie's not gonna be happy. I mean, the DGS faithful, if they roll back on that level of interaction, there's gonna be a conversation. Around that.
All right, let me flip.
Yeah, because we're still talking about Fallout 4 and how they roll back so many like conversation pieces and everything too.
Good point. No,
They
very
didn't
good
even
point.
really have dialogue trees much in that game.
Well, the thing that I think that they start off with a very good start is no voice protagonist.
Right.
Because I actually like that, where it's just like,
me too.
I can, in my mind, this is who I want it to be. And when you kind of pigeonhole into a voice, and I think that was one of the major mistakes, major reason why people don't receive Fallout 4 as well as 3. And then a lot of to your point, Gene, the peeling back of the systems, right? It is not as, in depth as 3 was. But look, first let's talk about the Direct. I thought they did a fantastic job setting the proper expectation. For me personally, I feel like you have, first of all, Gene is 100% right. I was completely upset that they did not show at the Game Awards. I think that was a missed opportunity. I've said before ad nauseum, they set the expectation by being at the Game Awards. They showed the Series X at the Game Awards. They showed Hellblade at the Game Awards. They showed Perfect Dark at the Game Awards. So they've opened themselves up to an audience that is not familiar with the Xbox brand and has the most eyes, right? They didn't show up in there. I thought that was a mistake. Now it's course correction. They come out with a tweet after the Game Awards. Hey, we've got something cooking for you guys soon. Okay, cool. Now Greedy comes out with the tweet. Hey, we're going to have a show. Developer Direct. I like the name. You know what I'm saying? I don't mind it. You know what I'm saying? Developer Direct, developer focus seems to be less personality focused, which is one of my issues with Inside Xbox. Just show me the games from the devs. Let's get to it. Love that. Obviously, Redfall is going to be big for them. I know people hating on Minecraft's a huge game. I hate to break it to y'all, but Minecraft is
Minecraft's the biggest game there.
It's the biggest game going. Like I know people that's what it is. Forza is going to be there. Very interested. No one's talking a lot about Forza. Forza to me is going to tell me a lot about this release cadence. Because if we get, according to the German Xbox Direct Developer Direct information on the German Xbox site, they said release dates. So that to me now, you're setting the expectation. Forza's going to let us know, okay, where does that fall? The rumors allegedly with Redfall is May, right? Does Forza come before that? Right? Where does it fall in that pocket? Then you got the Minecraft Legend. And then surprisingly, I didn't expect to see Elder Scrolls Online. So I thought that was interesting. And then, you know, to the point where we're going to get a new chapter, and then we do know ZeniMax is working on another MMO / live service type IP. Does that get revealed? You know, I'm curious, but I think the expectation was right. And of course, Redfall is huge. This is arcane. This is a huge deal. This is co-op. This is in a different space for them. You know, I know some people have concerns, but I'm starting to hear, like you saw, like people kind of more low-key excited for Redfall. You know what I'm saying?
I gotta shout out Maddie now.
Yeah.
Maddie, I love you, man, but you sounded like the old man yelling at the cloud.
He not letting go.
You can only do immersive sim in a small controlled environment. No. Far Cry 2 and 3, Zelda Breath of the Wild, it can be done in arcade.
Shout out to Maddie. I understand his concern. I understand. From a person who loves the studio for specific things, and when you start to see them alter a little bit.
Yeah.
But what I tried to say is the bag and how now they're critically acclaimed for like Deathloop and all this new stuff. There's a whole new audience, and he's holding on. It's like in hip hop where we just want people to sound like Rakim all day.
Yes.
You know what I'm saying?
Yes.
Like it's like I feel you, the bars, the guard MC. I feel you. But yo, you know, people like Nas,
like that mumble rap.
yeah, they don't say they don't like certain things. That's what it is. So I get where he at. So let's get to the main event. This Starfield situation. Very interesting. Very interesting. First of all, salute to them. Because if Attic is so right, if they would not have said that, and we showed up to the Developer Direct, watched a whole 43 minutes of Developer Direct, and there was no
the next one, Starfield.
Bro!
But wait.
There's no more.
There would have been hell to pay. You know what I'm saying? So salute to them getting in front of that. I love the fact that Starfield's getting a deep dive. You need to give Howard the proper time. I want to know about all the systems, the dialogue, the factions. I want to see the gunplay. I want to see some of them procedurally generated planets. I want to see a lot of this future tech that's so ambitious. I want to know. So, yes, give them their date. I love it. And I need to see God Howard come out with the jacket. That's just me. But anyway, I need the brown leather. I need that in my life. That's when I know it's official. It's real. Anyway, back on point. So now, the question that Attic is talking about is interesting. I got to be real, King. Last week, I thought about it some more. And even though the official page says first half Starfield release, the only question I have is, where in the hell do you fit it if it's first half? Because here's the thing. All right, let's just say May is what you call it. Redfall. Minecraft Legends got to get a date. What month is that? Forza got to get a date. What month is that?
I think Forza's out first.
You think Forza's first? You think Forza's going to
I think Forza's probably in February or March.
So you're going to say, let's say March.
Right.
So
and then you have the direct for Starfield in March.
Okay. So then you're saying Starfield April, like? Oh, when you say Starfield?
Starfield is in June.
Oh,
I think Starfield.
You still say the whole of June.
You think it's June post E3?
I think it's before E3.
Oh,
I think it's
E3.
Okay,
like,
so and let me explain why I think it's before E3.
Break it down.
These are the only people that still holding tradition. Right? I mean, Nintendo shows up to E3. Sony just, they figure that they're going to sell anyway, so why waste money singing to the choir, right? Microsoft is still trying to gain ground. How do you nullify what anybody does during E3? Put out Starfield.
Do you
control the narrative.
Do you hit him with the God Howard come out on stage? Yeah. And right now you'll be playing it like we doing one of those.
Well, what I think is
what we doing
on that Starfield Direct, you get a date. I think you have to put the line in the sand, right? You give them a date because anytime a company puts out a date, that's a direct line to whoever, right? When
Sony, this your gangster talk. I know you do.
Yeah, when Sony put out the date for God of War, it's like I dare you put your stuff over there. So when Nintendo put out Breath of the Wild date, they said I dare you. I know what you got coming. I dare you come close to this date, right? So now you're up to that. As a company, you have to strategize. Right, you already seen the first opening salvo for whoever it is. Like I think Microsoft can put it that week just to gain the mind share. Okay, it's gonna sell no matter what, right? But how you nullify whatever big announcement somebody else's does is by having actual product in hand. So they have product that they're playing. And you're talking about something in the future. Like, yeah, we'll get to that. But right now, though, this is on this.
So June before E3 or after E3?
I say before E3 to take away whatever thunder preemptively.
So like June, like the 4th or 5th or something like that?
There's this beautiful thing called Diablo. June.
That's if you don't own them. If you don't own them right now, you can't cannibalize something at that pace. I think Diablo's going to do what Diablo's going to do, right?
Huge.
I know, but you can do probably at the end of the month, probably in the beginning of the month.
I'm with you at the end
I don't know how flexible you are with it if you don't want to cannibalize that IP.
Top of June.
I will say this, though. There's a big success story of a game coming out, and that's Last of Us. Last of Us came out 2013, the week leading up to E3.
See?
And so again, if you have that level of game, right, then yes, because all of a sudden people are like, damn, okay, we seen all this new hot stuff and that's amazing, but we got this 10 right here waiting for us, and it does something because again, Last of Us, it could have easily gone
generate hype going into the conferences too.
Yeah, for the level of quality of stuff you're gonna show, because like, hey, look, everybody questioned us. Look at this, the biggest game that we have coming out. We hit the nail on the head. We got it done. So it gives people a reason to be excited for what's coming, right? Now it could backfire if you try to do that and the game is a 7, then but if you hit that Last of Us level of hype going into an E3, I can see it.
Now, if it's what King is talking about, so that means you're gonna show it
whole
twice
in your shows and everything on the floor, Starfield.
But here's the thing, King. Like they literally said they're gonna do a standalone show.
Right.
So that means a separate show. Okay, you talk, and then you're gonna show it again at E3 then.
No. They said you don't show it. They said that they're gonna show it at that event, and the hype from playing it is gonna carry into
E3,
right.
and then release at the end. That's where we go.
Yeah.
Okay, I just want to see what you're about to say.
But I think
Starfield will come out before E3.
Before E3.
Okay.
So I don't know how they feel about Diablo.
That Diablo though, man, it's the 5th or something like that. Like, where can you like strategically place that with Diablo popping out on the 6th of June?
Yeah, I don't
because if you pop it out at the beginning, then it's just gonna Diablo might take its shine away. If Diablo's good,
and Diablo will be good.
Well, we're gonna see. I mean, it's interesting. I think that's the interesting part about the separate show. But I will agree with my brother Sov before I give it to you. Is that look, God Howard, don't listen to King Dave. I love you. Do not listen to this man. Do not worry about trying to prove and be tough. We know you gangster. You ain't got nothing to prove.
Soft talk Sunday.
Listen.
Live to fight another day.
Listen.
Listen.
Don't listen to these software lineup gangsters. Right? You will get folded in these streets trying to the software lineup. All they want to do is they just want to play list games. They want to put their bars versus somebody else's bars.
They want something to put up on.
Look at all the games we got in the first half, bro. Don't get caught.
Here's where I think.
Hold on, let me
Here's where I
finish
think
my-
these
let me
games are
finish
coming
my-
out with.
Damn,
Okay,
man, they won't even let me finish my bars. Can I get my bars off?
Thank you
Finish.
for tuning
So
in to
all
Soft
I'm
Talk
saying-
Sundays. Where our
Listen,
heart pumps Kool-Aid.
do not listen to software lineup gangsters, right? You drop it when it's ready. If it's out of the first half, if it's out of the first half,
11/11/2024.
He gonna drop one disc record. He gonna be over it because when it come out, whenever it come out in the second half or whatever,
It's gonna
everybody
come
be
out
over it.
broken. I'm gonna roast you harder. so you better come out in June.
Okay,
just
now
take
at it.
one whooping. Just take one whooping, and that's it.
Good.
January, February, March, April, May, June. All right, so I think obviously nothing in January. Do you think they launch Minecraft or Forza in February?
I don't know.
Like a
Probably
couple
so.
weeks. Here's the thing, though. I feel like if you a month of marketing for this is crazy. Like if you really think
They
about
didn't
it,
tell
A
like,
month of
spot.
marketing for Minecraft is good. 2 months of marketing for Forza is better.
so that means you'll have Minecraft come out in like late February,
Yeah,
early
let
March,
Minecraft
and then
come out. Yeah.
and then Forza comes out in April, and then you have Redfall coming out in May, and Starfield coming out in either June or July.
No.
See, Todd, don't listen to him.
Todd,
He
don't
will
listen
get
to
you
that.
bodied
You
in the
come out-
street.
You come out in July, me and Gene gonna pull up.
Listen, they gonna pull up.
Gene,
They gonna be mad.
Let's
They'll get
let's
over
get
it.
it from Gene.
Yeah, get it, Gene.
Would you be upset if Starfield came out like the first week of July?
I'd be okay with that. It's kind of weird though because it's like what kind of difference could you make in a week?
Right. So my all right. So let's
And what wasn't Todd saying that they were probably just gonna release Starfield last year? Like, imagine if Bethesda didn't have like the Microsoft
Backing.
like watchdog over them, and it's like, but like Todd would have just released the game last year. Put it out.
Todd does, baby.
Exactly. It's like it's ready. It's fine.
That's what I'm saying. You can't try to act like Todd ain't about that. Like Todd ain't about
It got
broken.
some people out there at Xbox look at him like, Todd, you realize that like you're going through the floor here. Oh, that's fine. We'll fix that.
let's go worst case scenario with G. So G, let's this is the part that King he calls this soft talk Sundays. When he says we get scared by saying, how dare you even think about pushing that release past the first half, right? What's your thought if we get into a potential situation where it's past the first half, maybe later in the second half? What is your thoughts process on Starfield releasing in that window?
Don't you buck up on me.
Not to buck up on me.
I mean,
Buck up on me.
I don't even know what to say.
He's gonna turn that fraud alert on any second.
Man.
I mean, I'd be kind of upset, like we need this for the first half of the year, like
You just
Xbox-
scared our guest into submission.
No, I didn't. He said it way before I said anything.
I mean, I would be upset because like Xbox has been dry, man. Like
Here we
and
go.
like look, I use the Xbox a lot for.
But let me
I play all my third-party games on Xbox. All my third-party
Here
games.
we go.
But we're under the impression, Gene, before June, you're getting almost an
That's what I'm
Xbox game every month.
You getting
Like-
Forza? Gee, you go get Forza. You go get Minecraft Legends. You go get
Halo
Redfall.
Infinite Season 3 too.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
That should be
The
good.
only
Those are
I'm okay
blockbusters.
with it. If it does get pushed back past that 12, I'll be annoyed, but I'll be okay with it as long as they don't show that damn game again at E3. Because I don't want to see a 12 month.
talk. You know why? You took they told
You say soft talk, I say realistic.
They told
okay,
no
well,
because they told you 12 months. For 6 of those 12 months, you ain't get a damn thing. Where's that though? So we're in the next year. I don't
It's in
want
July.
you
That's
need
where
an
that
extra
at, though.
month. I don't care about you need an extra month because you took 6 months from me and delivered me nothing. Now for these last 6 months, I want nothing but hits, baby. I want
But
one
what if
every
it's not
month.
a hit? If it
I
come
know,
out, in the
but you know what? We have what is that? Monster Hunter Rise in January, February.
That's in a couple
so
days.
we don't care about the health of the game, so you can have your gangster list.
Listen,
I got it.
listen.
We don't
Monster
care about the
Hunter
game.
Rise in
You
January,
need to have bars for the
February.
PlayStation.
Hey, hold on.
Minecraft.
Chat, put a 1 in the chat
I
if
get
you
it.
believe King and Gene, and put a 2 in the chat if you roll with us.
Yeah.
1 in the chat for King.
Let him finish.
and
Let him
Gene,
finich. Let him finish.
2 in the chat for the rest of the Lords.
Go ahead.
Nah.
Let me hear Gangsta List Sunday. Gangsta List. Let's go.
Forza, with the show, May, Redfall, and then in June you come out with Starfield, and you fulfilled your 12 months of what you said you was going to do. All right, so I don't care
You don't
about
care.
that.
You don't
stuff
care
that
about
you're
the
talking
health of the game. Got it.
Well, the health of the game is fine.
Yeah.
We already know that Todd said it was good to go last year, and Phil said put it in the baker, and we're gonna bring this bread out a little bit later across to where we want to release it.
But
So
to be
if it don't
fair-
come out in the first half, you're not gonna buy it.
I wasn't buying it to begin with. I got Game Pass,
You got
sir.
Game
I
Pass.
paid for it already. My money's in the bank already over there. They've been taking my money, but they haven't been delivering.
Okay. But
All
the
right.
other 4 or 5 games in the first half mean absolutely
I don't
nothing.
care about that. Give me what I said. You said you was gonna give it to me. Give it to me, please.
Pause.
So wait, so
finish.
if any of those other 2 games don't make it in the 6-month window, you're not gonna be mad?
What are you talking about? This guy here.
If for whatever reason Redfall or Forza, if Redfall or Forza happens not to make it, you don't care?
So what they said, every game in this show is gonna be 12 months, right?
Right.
Let something slip. Let something slip. Let something slip.
Forget about
All right,
game
let something
development.
slip.
King needs his
What
list. He
about,
needs to
like,
get his bars
if
off.
Stalker doesn't make it or replace some second party or third
Doesn't
party
matter.
thing.
Stalker's gonna make it.
Release your broken products. Don't
No,
worry
see,
about it.
Release the crack.
you don't remember your months of misery. Gene is the only person here that said we've been dry.
Yeah.
I had Popeye biscuits since you told me 12 months. Right? So you told me it was supposed to come out in November. All right? My throat dry as hell.
Popeye's biscuits with water.
Bro, they
Like,
giving you
no.
they giving you the chicken, they give you the spicy chicken, they give you burgers, they
They
give you
not
like
giving me anything.
they giving you
I'm
5
no
games.
gravy, no gravy.
Dry biscuits.
This
All right?
time
got
I
a
didn't
box full
forget
of
the
dry
gravy.
biscuits.
Okay, but here's the thing. You want them to give you undercooked
you want
burgers and
undercooked
stuff.
meat.
You don't. I'm not getting no
Thank
salmonella
you.
chicken. My chicken gonna be cooked fine. You trying to make
Yeah, if
me?
it comes out in July.
You know what? You can't have it both ways, dudes.
Okay.
You can't sit there and cry and say we dry as hell while the competition
We
keeps
ain't
releasing
saying
games.
that.
I never cry. Y'all was crying.
But see,
I
the
told
thing
them
is-
that this game
Yeah,
got to
I'm
be
gonna
delayed.
Cry. I'm
Okay.
gonna cry. The competition can bring out games, and I don't care if they.
The competition all got delayed. The competition all got delayed.
All right, so
Wait, hold on.
here's
Let me
what
get
Kid
my
Smith
joint
said.
off too. Everybody acting like this is only an Xbox problem. Like
They
nobody
gave 12
even know
months.
when Zelda Fears of the Kingdom
This
was
is
delayed
true.
bad times. Every game from PlayStation's list from a
Yes.
first party is a delayed game. That they did not reach their dates.
You're right.
So why is that? I understand. Listen, I shouldn't say why.
And I'm gonna tell
I
you why.
understand the Xbox first party situation, right?
But
And
I'm gonna
I
tell you
get the
why.
frustration.
Why?
I want it
they
fixed
get
though. I
that.
don't want a permanent. I don't want a temporary issue. I want it fixed.
Fixed. So I get it. All I'm saying is, to your point, Kingwood, this is where you're right. This is self-inflicted.
Thank you.
And you are right. That's the
Well,
only
who's
part we
disagreeing
align.
on that?
In the sense
Not at
that
all.
11/11, you said it was coming out. Now it's not coming out. Then you do a show, E3, right? And then you say everything you see here is for the next 12 months, right? So you now self-impose, inflicted on yourself that Starfield comes out between that time and this time. It's E3. I get you. All I'm saying is, like we said earlier, this is literally the most important new IP in Xbox history. If you botch this game, you could be out of here because this is one of the major drivers to your service. So my point is, let's not do the list game. Gamers will get over it. Because the same way Ragnarok hit you with we're sorry to inform you that we need a little bit more time. The tweet gonna go out. Yeah, I'm sorry to inform you. People gonna be mad in the month. No doubt they're gonna get the smoke, rightfully so, King. No doubt. But when the game comes out, and God forbid, it's a 90 Metacritic, gamers gonna forget, and gamers gonna get over
My
it.
thing is, I'd rather tweets go out saying how well polished the game is than tweets that's going out to say this should have been delayed.
Bro, if I see Craig face,
look at King, he's got his head.
Go ahead, King. Okay, I've talked.
I'm just saying, right? Because, basically, right? Because since this is soft talk Sunday,
Stop doing that.
I was watching and I was listening to Sharvin, right? And Sharvin has said, no matter what, it's broken anyway, right? It's true. With Sovereign's logic,
Stop talking like
with
that.
Sovereign's logic, June makes no difference than November. So, with King's logic, save face and release in June and keep your word. Because, see, just like Gene says, you have to build credibility. And if you do not build credibility and establish loyalty, you are expendable, right? So, you said June. Stick to it. Thank
Someone
you.
says this your biscuit voice.
I can't. You don't even have a. We're not even using the device, and he got that.
This is all biscuits that I was eating since June.
Oh, this is soft talk Sunday because you dry.
It's soft talk Sunday because I have eaten Popeye biscuits. And
The first party been so dry, your voice is that way.
back. I'm waiting for the game, sir.
It's your fault. You only went to Popeyes. I was eating good everywhere else.
Yes, I was good.
Listen, sir,
You're the one
sir,
that said, "Oh,
sir,
Popeyes is it, and that's it."
Sir,
That's a you problem,
Sir,
King. That's a you
sir,
problem.
do not watch my pockets.
That is a you problem. If you go to Church's Chicken, they have nice honey-covered biscuits for you. Thank you.
You're done. Anyway,
I'm on a fixed income. Thank you.
and the final point I'll say.
Do it there either.
We're moving on. Soft Talk Sundays was hilarious. And the last thing is we'll see how the Activision Blizzard thing plays in this, because that could also play into a factor. This is hilarious. We got to move on. This topic is crazy. Let's get to SuperChats. But we'll see what happens.
I lost track here.
Yo, everybody's die laughing. They said King needs some milk. He said, I can't with y'all. Oh, shout out to Anonymous. He got the ILP drip. Salute. I see you, bro. I see you. Salute. Thank you for buying the
Put
classic
your name
tea.
in there. Let me know who did that.
Leave a message. All right, we got to get this going on. So
We got Guankus. $5 super chat request for the new showcase Cadence. This is what they want. Month 1, quarterly general preview. Month 2, quarterly Game Pass preview. Month 3, premiere game showcase. That's the cadence that he wants.
Yo, Silly Geek said King needs to start a Soft Talk Sunday podcast.
I can't.
There we have Gerald Mack member for 2 years. $2 super chat. Starfield's own show is enough. Just wait.
Yeah,
Mac.
I believe so.
Shout out to the OG.
Then we have the Don CJG with the £9 super chat. It takes devs a long time to get a 10-minute build together for a show. That is true. A 40-minute Starfield show is going to take a while to put together. Don't show me your build yet.
Can't show the build?
No.
Yeah, you get to the point where you need to show the game proper. If you're making builds, that's tough because then you have to dedicate extra work to that. And we have Called Weeb, $10 super chat. King is spitting. I'm sick of Xbox having to go above and beyond. PS said nothing about God of War until September. That's fine. No gameplay or date for Spider-Man is fine, but Starfield needs 6 months of marketing. Stop.
Thank you, sir.
Here we have Stewie 108. I think 108. $10 super chat. Todd Howard comes out in the brown leather jacket. It's on.
That's what I
Todd
was.
Howard comes out in the members only jacket.
Yeah.
Delay.
That's King. King want him to come out in the first 6 months. If he come out with that members only, it's a bad look. I need the brown.
Snatch him back on the stage.
All right, so Addict, take a look after that last one that I read just to make sure I didn't miss anything, because the next one I have Stewie 108, and then the next one I'm going to read straight from the chat is Alvin. So if I missed anything between Stewie 108 and Alvin, please, my apologies. Not letting me scroll back. But I was too busy arguing with King. Alvin, $10 super chat. This idea that 91 months of dev for a May release equals broken game, but 93 months of dev for a July release equals glorious masterpiece is odd. Folks have phantom concerns for ifs, 94 meta before E3 watch. So you talking about we have phantom concerns for ifs, but you're already saying it's a 94 Metacritic. Which one is it? Like and this is very particular to these games. These games have so many systems on top of systems, things that they have to account for, the vastness of the world. It's hard to test for all of that and be sure that nothing's broken in there. That's just difficult.
So just to clarify, you said the last one you read was Alvin and who?
I read Alvin right from the chat. The one before that was Stewie 108. So I just said anything in between that.
You missed one.
Right.
So Tenkinus with the $5 super chat. March is Minecraft, Ghostwire, April, Starfield. April for Star. We got May for Redfall, June for Forza, and the ESO expansion.
Oh damn!
Plus there are third-party releases for Game Pass.
Okay. Yeah. We forget about Wolong and all that other stuff.
Yep.
We got our Kate Smooth member for 31 months, Lord Bronze. We have January, Age of Empires 2 Definitive Edition, FEB Game Pass, February Game Pass bangers, Atomic Heart. March is Wolong, GP and Ghostwire Tokyo. April is Minecraft Legends. May Redfall, Forza, June, Starfield. Maybe? Okay, we'll see.
We'll see.
Then we got Hargeet Chani, $5 super chat. Starfield in June is fine. Release around FF16. Yes, concurs. Move Diablo to later in the year, eliminating the crunch.
Yeah, well, I like it. It depends on Activision's schedule. Blizzard's schedule is going to move it. You know what I'm saying? But
right.
Yeah.
Then we have the Everborn Saga, $5 super chat.
Salute.
The only way Microsoft can get away with a Starfield delay is if they can close ABK in time to have Diablo 4 in Game Pass. Otherwise, they will be hell to pay.
Oh, you already started with the gangster lists.
They will be hell to pay until, like our friend said, that 94 Metacritic comes out. And, then it's over. It's all good.
Now imagine if I got delayed and it didn't get that.
Oh, that is definitely. Continue.
What is it? A delayed game is eventually good unless it's Starfield. Just
messy.
THX 1138, $2 super chat. King, leave the gun, take the cannoli.
Salute.
Then we have, hold on, I got jumped
Playing with the $2 super chat. King with Starfield is like, my precious.
My precious. Yeah, he had the Schmeagle.
The Schmeagle. And we have Platano J, $5 super chat. Dime loco. Why are people forgetting about Forza? People ate sleeping. Yeah, nobody's forgetting about Forza. Forza's a very particular thing for a particular crowd.
We got a $2 shirt from Apollo Cooper. Texas Chainsaw Massacre is in March on Game Pass.
Yeah, I heard that was going to be good too. Jigga J, $5 super chat. Shout out to King and Spartans in the chat. 2023 Xbox will mollywop the competition. Hashtag gangster list.
Yeah, gangster list. I know they got the OGs out here set tripping.
Oh my God. I guess my thing is I'm such a huge Bethesda fan. I just want it to come out in the best possible state it can come out.
It's funny.
If it's got to get delayed, it's got to get delayed.
And that's it. Yeah, exactly. It's funny you say that, Con, because it reminded me of one of our first E3 shirts. The list on the back.
The list on the list. I know who's about lists. I know the gangster on our squad.
We've been doing this forever, and I had to bend the knee to Attic and say it on camera. So if y'all want to go back and check that, that's at the website. Go check it out.
King has lost before.
Yes, of course. And when I win big.
Yeah, he do win big.
King's about to lose again. Where's my knees with this Spider-Man thing?
Oh, we talking these talk. Stop it.
Listen, I'm not doing that to Gene. Let's go.
Let me get these. Let's move on.
Let's move on.
Lucius Augustus, member for 15 months. Love the energy. TTS. Xbox needs to deliver this year. King went full Smeagol.
Yeah, that was hilarious. I couldn't even combat that. It was just nothing to fight that.
There we have CWBU, $2 super chat. Rockstar Games versus Bethesda. Who wins this gen?
We'll see. Drop.
We'll see. Exactly. They got to drop. Then we got Master Clowns X3 member for 23 months. Salute to the Lords. You
already know. We caught up.
Yes, sir.
All right, finally. So this topic is for Gene. Last of Us. Lord G, man, salute to your excellent coverage. You know what I mean? At the Washington Post, you had the legendary Neil Druckmann on, and you also were talking about the HBO show, man. So obviously, no spoilers because we haven't watched it yet. But shout out to your article. There were some key points that I thought really resonated. For those, like I said, who haven't watched it yet, because I believe it dropped today, right? Today is the
It drops tonight.
Dropping tonight, yeah.
Yeah, so it drops tonight. Just what are your thoughts, about it? I know you could kind of briefly talk about stuff that you wrote in your article for people who are either familiar with the series or people who are completely new. Like, what's your feel?
So I actually watched the entire season. So I'm like 9 weeks advance of like everyone else, which is crazy.
Let's go.
And some reviewers they only got the first 4 episodes, but I had all 9 episodes.
Flex, talk to him.
I seen it all the way to the end. For people who don't know, it's Last of Us, a hit PlayStation 3 video game from 2013. And this show is pretty much like really, really similar to the game. I almost said, but I'll say it right now. I think this is the most faithful video game adaptation like ever made. Like, because it's the same lines from the game that's in the show. Maybe they might tweak a few words or like an article here or there, or like maybe the circumstances of the lines might be a little bit different. But like they are saying the same lines. Like every single scene that you think is your favorite, The Last of Us, they do it exactly the same way in the show. Exactly the same way. So like no spoilers, but like that's the spoiler right there. It's like if you like the scene from the show from the game, it's gonna be in the show, and they do it exactly the same way. And Pedro Pascal and Bella Ramsey, Bella does a great job as Ellie. Like a lot of people are like throwing shade on her, but I think she does a fantastic job. She does a really, really good job of balancing like being like adorable, young, but also annoying, and just kind of like a dumb kid too. She does a good job being like a dumbass kid, where it's like really like if you want to embody Joel, you're like shut the fuck up, kid. Like that kind of thing. Language. Sorry.
No, you good.
Yeah. So, it's. I'm gonna be interested to see, because this is like what people have been asking for. This is what gamers have been asking for decades. Give me a show or a movie that is exactly the same as the game. Like we just got through Halo in the past year.
So.
Good.
Like Halo had so many different changes, and what people just wanted was like just adapt the story, man. Just adapt the story. This is what that show did. So I'm so interested to see what the reaction from the gamers are going to be like.
Yes.
It's like this is exactly what we wanted. Like Resident Evil fans have been wanting that for years too. And never got it for every single piece of it. Like the Netflix show, the movies, like every single show.
The Netflix show was the worst by far.
It was a horrible show, but I liked it because it was funny as hell.
You
got that girl like doing the TikTok dance.
My question to you is, with them, because you said that it was very genuine off the game.
Yeah.
So my question to you is, like, with the making changes, like taking spores out of the game, a lot of people have a lot of issues of certain castings. Like, do you think that took away from your experience with watching it, or do you think that by the time you finished it, you forgot they even took those things out?
That's a great question. You know what? When I was watching the show, I didn't even realize that they took the spores out. Like that wasn't even something that I was even really paying attention to, and it's because they did the characters so well. They did the characters so well that you're not even thinking about like, oh, there's no spore section of the game here, and you get that because and Neil said that in my interview. He says that people are a little bit wiser to the pandemic. So it's like when you think about how the spores would travel into your mask, like Joel would have gotten affected within like the first 3 hours of the game, considering how close he was to the spores, right? So it's interesting that they took that out. I didn't even notice it. I don't think people are even going to notice it because they're paying too much attention to how well Pedro Pascal is portraying Joel, how he's got the voice down, how the lines are being said, people were crying about Maria, Tommy's brother's wife, or Tommy's wife being black, and it's it doesn't matter. Like Tommy's already Mexican, so it's like who cares,
right.
by episode 6 or 7, you already know that these guys are Hispanic. They're Latino.
So at any point in the do they call him Joel? Do they say that?
Well, no, they do not. They do not.
They don't. Okay, they don't do that. They don't do that.
These are very, very southern Southern Latinos.
Okay.
Yeah.
Dude, this is exciting, man. I think reading your article, the way you mentioned how like you said, most studios sometimes they go away from the source material, and I like that. This seems to be staying true to it, even down you said to the lines and stuff like that. And then you made a comment. You was like, but as someone who admires the original game and what it achieved, HBO's The Last of Us is still fascinating, enjoyable ride through an old, familiar adventure tale, powered by actors who honor the original vision. He said, when I compare the two stories and the artistic choices made to differentiate the show from the game, I have to admit the HBO version sometimes steals the show.
Okay.
Really?
Because there are enough changes with some of the characters. You all played the game, right?
Yeah, of course, classic.
So there are changes with because they run into a bunch of different characters around it. There's Bill, right? And then there's Sam and Henry. There are changes to Bill's storyline that makes it so much better. There are changes to Sam and Henry's storyline where it's like, the beats are still the same. The same stuff happens. The same stuff happens to Sam and Henry. That I say that much, right? But how Sam and Henry develop their characters, like their storyline, their reason for wanting to leave the city in the first place is different from the game. It's different from the game.
Okay.
Because in the game, they just said we just want to get out of the city. Now they actually explain why they're trying to get out of the city. There's a whole backstory to that. That's really interesting.
And so that's what I was going to ask you. In the manner that they fill in the blanks and give you more texture for that world, and do they do it like you mentioned Bill? Obviously, there's a backstory to Bill that it is alluded to, right? And do they fill in the blanks in that way?
They absolutely fill in all the blanks.
That's great.
Like anything that you think is alluded to, they just fill that up in the show. So and I will say that you read every review, they're all talking about what episode. It's the Bill episode. It is the Bill episode. Once that episode lands, everyone's gonna be talking about it. Everyone is gonna be talking about it. It is so goddamn good. It is so good. It is so good.
Do you think playing the game and knowing the outcome took away from any of the big moments because you kind of knew they were coming because you played it?
Totally. Obviously the ending would have been a complete shocker to me if I didn't play the game.
Right.
So I'm also super interested to see, anyone who never played the game, see the ending, and then how they're going to feel about what happens at the end.
It's like that red wedding moment when you're watching video of people watching the red wedding, and you're like, okay, here it comes.
The reaction content out of this is going to be so fascinating.
Yeah. I'm a Marvel fan, and a Marvel fan from the comic books. So anytime they change anything around in the films, I already know that they have to change it around for certain reasons, right? So Attic and I talked about the spores thing, and I think the spores is put in place as a gameplay mechanism for the game. And it's not necessary in being told in this medium to progress the story. So you remove that gameplay element out and you just tell a straight story. I think we're going to have a problem with the people that play the video games, the gamers, and the casuals, the people that didn't play it. So what Sony's deal is, what they're trying to do is broaden the horizons of the franchise to reach, to cross-pollinate, to be honest with you. So you have the gamers that can watch the series because they're fans of it and get a greater appreciation. And you have fans of the series that can say, well, is a video game made of this? And then when they do go play and then the spores is in there, it's like a different element that they didn't see there.
Exactly, it's gonna be a different, like interesting experience of it, And I was actually watching the show and playing the game at the same time, which was a weird experience because I would finish what would happen in the show, and I'd be like, okay, let me go play that part of the game right now. And it was it was a weird little association thing going on in my head where I was like, I'm playing the Pedro Pascal game right now.
Can I ask you a question? All right, so I find Neil Druckmann probably one of the greatest video game writers and directors of our generation, right? I'm a huge, absolute huge fan, especially after The Last of Us 2. Did you ask him when he was writing The Last of Us 1, was he penning The Last of Us 2 as a complete story? How
that's a
far
good
did
question.
he reach?
I didn't ask that. I didn't ask that.
ask?
No. Yeah.
No, I'm sorry. Get that.
I was gonna say, I think the biggest reason I want this to succeed is because like I'm tired of these people taking stuff like Halo and like mocking the people that want it to be more on the line. Like it's okay to deviate, but I feel like some of these people deviate just because they know people are going to get upset about it. And it's just like, you know, look, every time people have respected the core material, it's been a mad success. You got like I say over and over again, I will support the Sonic movies into the day I die, because when that abomination Sonic came out, and they could have easily have rolled with that. It cost them a lot of money to fix that, but like, you know what? People are upset. The people that love this individual in the games are upset. We got to make it right. They went back, they delayed the movie and made it right, and now it's just like, you look at it just that. It's like, now it's a mad successful. They're about to make a third one. So it's just like, so you could easily do it to where it's everyone, but it keeps the core happy. And it annoys me when you see people changing drastic stuff that makes no sense to change. And it's just like, but I want people to see a gaming universe or see a gaming story and be like, we can make money with that. And I feel like with these directors consistently always letting the story change drastically, we're not seeing much of that, because they're like, look, we tried Resident Evil, didn't work out. Yeah, because you didn't stick to anything of the source material. But then you got something like Sonic that's about to do 3 of them because they stuck to the source material. And I feel like Last of Us, that's one of the biggest games in existence. And if they get the props for keeping that close to the source material, other people's like, okay, maybe it's not the gamers. Maybe it's us.
Well, maybe we've been stupid this entire time trying to change the game story, when it's like we could just do that. We could just adapt and stay true. You're exactly right. So look at Cyberpunk Edge Runners. It used the music from the game in the show.
So good.
And people loved it, you know?
But people are hypocrites, because you say that the Resident Evil, didn't stick to the source material. Those was highly successful movies,
that is true.
regardless to whatever material that they did use. They just used the name recognition of Resident Evil for the fan base to get the core inside, but the casuals drove that market, and the movies changed, but it was successful. So the counter to that argument of you saying keeping it safe is not cool. I don't know.
No, that's a good counterpoint. I mean, look,
that is a good counterpoint.
You know how I feel about certain aspects of the Halo Paramount TV series, but I can't deny the success, right? And I can't deny that they obviously they have a season 2 and people want it. And
I'm curious the views on that, like, because we were going up on that as pretty much a jokery. Let's watch the dumpster fire this week, and let's discuss it every week.
I mean,
what's funny is, spoiler alert to anyone in the chat, I'm about to ruin the ending
come on,
to that
don't
show.
do that. Nah, don't do that. Don't do that.
No,
Don't do that. Nah, don't do that. Nah, Tom, don't do that.
They've had forever to watch that.
You can do that R&R. Please don't do that.
Yeah, do it on R&R.
I can't explain the point without saying.
Do not spoil it for people who have not watched it. All I will say is I understand your frustration. I'm with you on respecting source material. I'm always going to be with you on respecting source material. I think that's super important to understand the core, why this series is beloved, what makes people gravitate towards it, and back to Last of Us. Look, this is a fantastic job. Like Neil Druckmann, seems like his hands-on involvement. I liked your interview. Right now, I believe this year is the 10th anniversary of The Last of Us.
10th anniversary of The Last of Us,
That is insane. And
apparently they have a lot of big things planned for it too. So
that's what. So like that is insane to me. Like just to see the journey of that game. Just one quick question. I don't know. I know you didn't get a chance to really talk too much about it, but they've kind of announced they show like design art for factions, right? I believe not that long ago. So I'm just curious, like, what do you think? I want to ask you this, G. Like, when do you think we might be getting that?
Well, it was interesting. My interview made headlines because Neil Druckmann talked about Elden Ring, and he talked about he talked about how like like the way Elden Ring tells a story is really interesting, and that's what captivated. So I'm wondering if any of those lessons are going to be applied to the multiplayer, because like the one concern that people have about a Last of Us like metaverse type multiplayer is the Last of Us world really the kind of place that people want to hang out in, and it's like it could be if you're able to tell a good story through the environment in there. If the storytelling of the environment is good, then I think a lot of people will want to hang out there. So
no doubt.
I'm really interested to see what they do, whether they learn anything from Bungie.
Yeah.
The stablemates Bungie. But like Factions 1 was fun. I was one of those few players that actually played the Last of Us multiplayer. It was great.
Yeah,
They can do it like the Division and have like a dark zone type of thing, and then you go inside
Exactly,
the dark zone with the spores.
I played the Division like thinking like, oh yeah, this is like the Last of Us. This is the same universe as the Last of Us to me.
Yeah, that would be fine. Look, man, tremendous interview. You killed that, man. Truckman, that was great to hear. I love the quote what he said about developers. One thing that gets them to stay in it is when they're passionate about what they do. You know what I mean? But he used the example. We were lucky to have the great Jason Rubin on, and he mentioned him and how they were doing Crash, and after a while you get burnt out from that, and then it became Jack and Dexter, and then being for them to be able to do Uncharted, and then Last of Us, and all these different things creatively, and to see he still has those juices. I thought that was really cool. And a phenomenal interview, man. You killed that, and I'm really excited.
You guys had Jason Rubin. That's awesome. He's an icon. I met him too, and I told him like, dude, I love Jak 2. Like he made Jak 2. It was his decisions to make Jak 2 like Grand Theft Auto, and I was like, yes, you made the right choice.
Bro, we had him on, and it was just phenomenal, the stories he was telling us. And to see Neil Druckmann pay homage to Jason and them for setting the foundation for that, and that creativity was really cool to see. Naughty Dog, they're legends out here, so salute to you on that. I was gonna just combine this last topic so we could just, if you don't mind, so then we go on kind of thing.
Yeah.
And just Ubisoft, man. Let's talk about it. So this is your topic. What is happening with Ubisoft?
All right. Okay. So so like Wednesday, there was a report coming out of Ubisoft. Shout out to VGC, which is where I'm getting this information. Indicating that, and I quote, Ubisoft is facing major challenges as the industry continues to shift towards mega brands and long-lasting titles that can reach players across the globe, across platforms and business models. So it says that they essentially spent the last couple of years trying to take its biggest brands and kind of move with the trends, make these sort of living games, breathing games that allow these games to, to live for generations and just continue to add content, AKA these, these service-based games, and they haven't necessarily been successful. And obviously, the biggest games in their sort of biggest franchises that they have still haven't seen the light of day in terms of those types of games, right? We have the traditional games. So they announced that they had canceled 3 unannounced games as a result of sort of trying to limit the scope of the type of games they're releasing, and also that they've once again delayed Skull and Bones,
Sea of Thieves killer,
the Sea of Thieves killer, into the end of the year, possibly into 2024.
Oh my God.
It was the God of War killer. Remember all that stuff?
Oh yeah, they were supposed to drop on God of War. I forgot about that.
It was, and then it went and left Sonic by itself for a bit, to deal with Kratos and Atreus.
They had to fix his water. It had hard water.
I can't.
So they basically saying that the shots that they've taken at this type of game have failed up front, and a lot of time, to me, looking at it, it just feels like they've been late to the trend. Ubisoft, when it came to kind of revolutionizing the open world a little bit with Assassin's Creed 2, even 1, right? The things they started with 1 and 2, they were at the cusp of it. They were at the beginning of it. So they kind of, when people say the Ubisoft open world, they're talking about Assassin's Creed and Far Cry and stuff like that. And that's when they were at the top of it. When you hop on a trend towards the end of it, and there's saturation in the market already, unless you have an exemplary game that takes all of the mistakes of that the games that are currently in the market are making and fixes them and then improves upon them, you're probably not going to have a successful product. It's just what it is. And they've been late to the party in a lot of ways, right? In addition to that, the games that they kind of expected to do well have not done as well. They expected Mario Rabbids Sparks of Hope to do well, did not do as well as the first game, at least to this point, right? And then another game that
was a better game too. That's sad part. That was a better game.
Exactly. It's just one of those things that for whatever reason, the excitement around it wasn't there. And then you look at a staple year in, year out, Just Dance didn't do well, and Just Dance, Just Dance is still selling on long dead consoles because of the fact that this is a game that comes out, yearly or whatever, and continues to sell well. So this has kind of forced them to sort of readjust how they're doing things moving forward. So in lieu of all this stuff, the report that followed all of this, that basically an email by Yves Guillemot, hello, I'm Yves Guillemot, came out indicating that, he told the staff, like, it is on you to reverse our fortunes. Like, basically, the things that we've been working on have not panned out the way we wanted them to. The games that we have in that vein that are from our biggest franchises aren't ready to go yet. Everything that comes out from here on out is going to determine what the future of Ubisoft is. So he kind of, put the onus on his workers to kind of, you got to fix this. Yeah, you got to fix this.
What a boss.
What a boss.
Do something.
What do they say about, poop going downhill? Like,
Gene is stupid. He said he went in the war room and said, do something.
I can't.
So, I mean, what do you guys, and then off of this, right? Shout out to Jeff Grubb, because Jeff Grubb reported, I don't know how much of a reporter it was or him just making a comment, but he had indicated that there had been talk about, Ubisoft shopping itself to potential buyers. And what was funny about it is that at this point, after everything that's happened in the position that Ubisoft is in now, in many situations, they were apparently essentially laughed out of the room.
I didn't know this.
And what's funny about this is that when you look at the stuff that's still coming out, it feels like what Ubisoft's answer to this is, well, okay, we have these service-based games coming out based on our biggest franchises. That's going to come. But it's also pushed them to be like, okay, we need to go back to our roots and kind of what allowed us to become this successful and make smaller games, go back to the single player. Thank God Splinter Cell's not canceled yet. We're getting Mirage this year, which is a smaller Assassin's Creed game. We're going to get the Avatar game at some point.
Go back to loot crates.
Yeah, go back to that. So I want to know what you guys think about this and this idea that now they don't, despite being in a position, you know how I always say, when the fox hears the rabbit scream, he comes to running, but not to help. Despite being in this weakened position, it does not seem that anybody's willing to bite in terms of picking them up. So what do you guys think about all this? Because it's interesting, because Ubisoft, in a lot of ways, kind of felt recession-proof because they're always there at the launch of every hardware, despite some of their games not doing well when they launch. We know Siege, when it launched, wasn't great, and then all of a sudden they turned it into this mega thing. Same with what the heck was the weapon combat game that's still
For Honor.
For Honor, which is it's more of a niche thing than Rainbow Six is, but it's still big in its own right and continues to be big. What do you guys think of all this? Because this is kind of weird, and I think a lot of it is attributed to the fact that they tried to jump on too many trends after the wave is over, and it's cost them a lot of money. And for a lot of people, kind of confidence in the type of games that they're going to start seeing from them. So what do you guys think?
Well, Gene, let's start with you, man. What do you feel about all this Ubisoft news?
I think, well, first of all, I think I'm not surprised at all that nobody wants to buy Ubisoft, because who the hell wants to buy a company with like 500,000 employees across like India, and Singapore and everything like that? That sounds like an HR nightmare. Like Microsoft wouldn't buy that. That's crazy. And they got their own scandals too. Let's not forget, right?
Yeah.
Let's not forget.
And they have
got-
10-cent money now. That's another thing.
Basically, they got all kinds of things going on over there.
Yeah.
What's interesting is that it doesn't seem to be really because Assassin's Creed Valhalla, like it sucks that it has like 90 hours more than it needs to, but that's a good game, you know. And Riders Republic, nobody paid attention to that game, but that game was all right too, you know.
Yeah.
So it's not even a lack of quality that Ubisoft is putting out there. Something's going on within management where they're just not putting the money where it needs to be. And like certain projects are not being managed well. Like you got Prince of Persia like never coming out. I heard from my sources that Watch Dogs Legion was kind of a mess too in terms of being made. Like management was coming in and out of that too. So I don't know what Ubisoft does. They probably need to right size their company, because the fact that they're bigger than Activision Blizzard, that's crazy.
That is.
I'm sorry, that's crazy.
No, it is.
That's just that you overhired and you overinvested and like you need to I hate to say it, but you probably need to let some people go, and shave that off, because I don't understand what you're doing with all that money,
No, some valid points, valid concerns. I don't know if he stepped away or if he's still there, but if not, King, you want to jump in on Ubisoft?
Yeah. I think it's besides the failed projects and stuff like that, is the whole thought process and the model behind it. I think the failed Ubisoft Plus deal thing was a huge arbitrage because they could have got in on the PlayStation bandwagon early or Xbox Game Pass bandwagon early. They was like too late to the party in getting that stuff there. They did promise it at a certain date, and then those dates weren't hit. I think if you're not a console manufacturer, and Sony's reluctant in doing this, putting their first-party titles in their own service, I think it behooves you as a console manufacturer to do so. You must, do so to push your product. But when you aren't a console manufacturer and you're a third-party, distributor, multi, platform distributor, you hurt yourself when you have your own service, right? And your games is in your service. Nobody's purchasing it there. That's not what they know you from. They know you from being multiplayer here, and there. And then you find out later. I didn't find out till later, they have a service. Where do I get their service at? So when it becomes convoluted, you lose that people. People don't like to multi-click. You can see it on TikTok. People don't want to go to TikTok, to YouTube, to Facebook. It's too much. I don't want to do it. Right. So that's what happened there. So they didn't get the money from their services, which was a good service. But if nobody knows how to get to your service, it's a bad service. Right. And then you finally put it in a curated form in the PlayStation and in the Xbox. It's additive. It's not a main thing. Now you're looking for purchasing. The biggest problem with them was loot crates. Same thing happened with EA. Same thing happened with them. EA navigated it a little bit and got out of the storm because they have franchises that continue to sell. Madden continues to sell no matter what. Every year, Madden can bring around the reoccurring dollars that they can pull up some of the weaker titles. Assassin's Creeds haven't been able to do that. And you're saying the dance games haven't been able to do that. And the other titles that haven't hit their mark haven't been able to do that. So nobody's going to purchase them. Like they said, is a nightmare as far as the employees go. What happens? Do they start licensing IPs out? Do you go there? Microsoft says, listen, I do an exclusive deal to get the Splinter Cell, bring Splinter Cell back home over here. Yeah. Does that happen? Does Sony go over there and say, listen, that Assassin's Creed that's coming out that you was going to put on somebody else, could we get this? Right. They're going to have to start looking at those options because nobody's looking to purchase a mess. They'll purchase pieces of your mess, but not the whole thing. Microsoft is not in the position to purchase anybody mess because they have their own mess going on right now. So,
I can see you back. Ubisoft situation. Your thoughts?
I think they'll be fine. I think one of the biggest things that they probably have issues with is we always give them props for it. You support a game even if two people playing it.
Yeah.
But maybe at this point it's like, okay, maybe For Honor is done. Like, you've been doing it for this long. How many people actually realistically playing that game? Yeah, I think they're supporting the Division again now, aren't they? So it's like, I'm sure that's resources that could have went somewhere else. It's like, you know, after a certain amount of time, okay, maybe it's enough. Yeah, it's just like Gene said, they probably have a lot of money going to places where it shouldn't be going to.
Mobile.
Yeah. Well, I mean, mobile probably makes them money, but it's just, do they have good mobile games? That's the point.
Right.
You know, it's one of those things where it's like, you might get too comfortable in the 5 different types of games you make too. Maybe you should, you know, expand and experiment, because if you don't, you're not going to have the next pillars to run your company, because these pillars clearly are getting to the point where they're not supporting your company anymore. And then it's like, you know, we get to it too. Like Gene said, maybe they're bloated. Maybe they need to cut down on some of that bloat and, you know, run the company effectively. Now, how long did they make Skull and Bones? Like 10 years, it feels like.
Yeah, I remember that.
You know, they got a lot of excess stuff that's going on. Maybe if they would have cut Skull and Bones 5 years ago and made something else, that studio could have made 3 games by now. So it is what it is. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I don't think Sony would ever buy that company, because it seems like to me they try to get someone to buy them.
Right.
So it's like, there's not a lot of companies that's in the gaming industry. I mean, obviously like Apple or someone or Google could pick them up, but I don't see too many people willing to come in there and deal with all that mess they have going on.
Yeah, it's a lot, man. I'll jump in quickly. I'm not too surprised that there's been a decline. I felt they've been on decline even when a lot of people wanted Microsoft to acquire them. I never felt, and I'm Lord Acquisition, by the way. You know, I've never felt they were a good target. You know what I mean? Just I felt a lot of stuff was on a decline. To me, the red flag is when I saw Dance Dance and Mario Rabbids underperformed. Because, so you remember, like we went to the Ubisoft E3 press conference, and I remember being upset. I used to go in there. I'm like, damn, they giving Dance all this pop.
They have a whole dance number on the stage.
And then I saw the numbers that Dance was doing for them. And I said, oh, I get it. I was wrong. This is me being a hardcore gamer.
But
you know
it's clearly not that anymore.
Until recently, they were still making it for the Wii.
Yes.
Yep.
So
Yep.
I didn't realize, Dance was that big. So now I'm saying Dance is underperforming. Mario Rabbids, the first one at it, remember that was like
fantastic.
a huge.
But you got to think that came out around the launch for the original Switch.
Yep.
So that probably bloated a lot of those sales.
True, but I was shocked because I figured Switch game would be on it.
Because it's a Mario.
They were on it for the beginning because there was nothing else to play. It's not really like that anymore. Like there was plenty of stuff to play that year.
But I thought Mario would push that through. Like
it's a turn-based game though. That's a very small group already.
Yeah, I guess so. I see those two.
And then you got to look Fire Emblem right around the corner.
Right around the corner.
So
you had
people that was on the Switch. Okay, the Fire Emblem, the one that we actually want to play, is right around the corner. So
and you have Midnight Suns competing at the same time.
There was around that same launch window too, or no?
Yeah, it was. They weren't too far away.
It came out of the busy launch window too. Like God of War came out. I have Mario Rabbids. I haven't played it at all because
I reviewed it.
Wait, they came out around Ragnarok. Oh no. So anyway, look, that's a bad decision right there. So look, they got that the Skull and Bones situation we know ad nauseum. I remember that thing was supposed to be like a Black Flag DLC. That just expanded and it became its own thing.
I remember people were saying that was the Sea of
Thieves killer. I remember people were like, yo, Sea of Thieves is on. This is what we want. And I'm like, all right, we'll see, where that's at. And it's a shame because I look at Ubisoft historically. I've actually liked Ubisoft back in the day. I like Splinter Cell. I like Rainbow Six Siege. I'm a Ghost Recon dude. You know what I'm saying? I used to rock with the Ghost Recons. That was one of my first Xbox Live games. You know what I'm saying? I was an alpha tester. I used to love all that stuff. So just to see where they're at and the Assassin's Creed, but sorry, you're right. When I knew something was up is I was speaking with Maddie on this one, dude. Whenever you see companies preemptively give you we got 6 Assassin's Creed games coming. We've got this franchise. And, like, to me, you getting sexy for acquisition. You try to show how great things are for the future. You know what I'm saying? You got your Friday's best. This is what we doing, and we're gonna have for the classic Assassin's Creed guys, and we're gonna have this for the modern take. And I'm like, man,
we like the show.
I think that the reason that it works for PlayStation, that PlayStation can carry the whole Sony companies, because they're not as bloated as Ubisoft. Ubisoft got like 30 projects going at any time. It feels like they got 30 new projects. They got 15 that's been running for 15 plus years. Like, it's at this point, Assassin's Creed and Rainbow Six Siege cannot carry the whole company.
Yeah. And that's the thing. It's like, you know, the shots that they've taken at making these service-based games. I keep forgetting the name of the game that they dropped and just canceled almost immediately. Hyperscape, and then and what's the other
Extinction? Rainbow Six Extinction.
Right, Extinction kind of came and went, and then you have what's the other one, Gene? What's the other one with the
X-Defiant?
X-Defiant. And that, you know, that is whatever. So they keep trying to, again, they're coming to the trends late, and they're not giving you a product that stands out. I think a lot of it is because how much money that they invest in those games that is down the toilet, essentially.
Do you think that their obsession with making service games is starting to run their company to the ground because they're not trying new things that isn't service related?
Yeah.
Well, like, you know, I said earlier that Ubisoft hasn't had a quality problem, but they definitely have a trying new things problem. Where they're not trying anything new. You know, they're not innovating. They're chasing trends. Even with Assassin's Creed, they were chasing the Witcher 3 trend.
Yes.
It's like I'm sorry, but like, you know, open world games are, you know, we played Elden Ring last year. I'm sorry. But like we moved on from the Witcher 3 formula, and now we're moving on to something different, you know? Yeah.
No, it's a good point. Good point. Yeah, that's pretty much all I had to add. I thought, and the last thing I thought was interesting was the Tencent relationship. You know, I think they upped their stake in the company again, and as far as investment, and
Tencent about to buy that company.
We'll see if they can.
It's inching the money over and over again. Like, you guys ready now? Can we just write the big check now?
I'm not sure if they can do a full takeover, but it is interesting.
No, I think at this point, Ubisoft might just willingly sell them the company.
We got to see, man. We got to see what happens. But yeah,
right. Because there is stipulations in how the amount of the company that they own, that after X amount of time, they're allowed to buy X amount of more shares. And so it's one of those things. Again, when you think about Yves Guillemot coming out and saying, hey, you know, Vivendi's trying to take us over, help us, we want to keep this company a family-owned thing, and now, you know, the times are a little rough, and the willingness to sort of parse off your company a little bit, you can see it. So it's sad because I just think they kind of came to these trends too late. The products they released aren't superior to the ones that are already in the market. People only have so much bandwidth to pick a certain type of game, especially, you know, as a Destiny player, you don't have a lot of bandwidth for a lot of games that are like that. So unless you come in with a superior product, it's gonna die probably.
And then we got to be real. There's only enough bandwidth to play service games in general. Like there's only so I can only play one service game really at a time. Like the moment I jumped to Fortnite, I pretty much threw Destiny in the tank, because it's like you can only play one without, oh man, I gotta do this battle pass, that battle pass, this battle pass.
No, you're right. Those games expect you to live in them, and that's the thing. So, you know, it's interesting.
Imagine the whole company doing nothing but making those times of games. You're literally cannibalizing your own games.
But see, the thing is, and what you don't realize, you just need one Fortnite.
You do.
One Fortnite can save your company from utter.
You know the variables that have to happen before you make a Fortnite.
Yeah, but if you can't make one, if you don't try.
Yes. Well, that's the thing. They've been trying, but again, not everything is Fortnite. And
that's why he ran inside the room and said, "Somebody help me!"
And Siege, as much money as Siege makes them,
someone get the first aid kit.
as much money as Siege makes them,
make a game.
Gene killing me with that voice.
Yeah, because he's standing in front of all of his employees, like, it is your fault. It is your fault.
Oh,
make something.
Oh, it's crazy. It's like equivalent to like going up and like, look, we need you guys to get us back to where we were, and then it's like the first person in the front that talks too much gives out an ideal. We're not doing that. Who else has ideals?
He says that like the decision wasn't his to make all these service games. It was y'all.
But this is the time where creativity happens. happens when you look over to the crowd and say, all right, listen, who has a passion project that they're really passionate about?
He's standing over the
That's what it sounded like. Like really,
It's
like
like
I get it.
It's you got the staff that's like, help me, help you. Like,
we got to see what's going to happen. But very interesting situation.
I think the positive to it is that it seems like I'm getting more of the games that I love. We're gonna get Splinter Cell. We're getting an old school.
I think that's what's gonna happen. The biggest thing I think they need to diversify, make different types of content with the service. They just need to stop being 100% on the service. Make Splinter Cell single player games. Start getting your name back out there, and then it's like rely on a couple services to really get your game going instead of like we got 8 games that we know realistically you can only play 1 to 2.
That's a good point. They were converting a lot to live service.
Yeah, but they still have some coming. They have, Division Heartland.
Yeah.
They have the mobile, the Assassin's Creed Jade. What the heck else do they have? Again,
I honestly feel like the Division and maybe one other game, they need to focus on those games and those games only, and just start building games around those.
Yeah, we'll see what happens. As long as I get my Splinter Cell, that's all I can. Anyway, so we gonna wrap up, man. Long super chats and then poll, and then we get.
Hold on a second. Let me roll back a little bit, man.
We're gonna get Gene out first before the super chat.
Nah, we're almost done.
No, we just gonna drag.
Keep him hostage. Kept him hostage.
He said he was well rested.
We warned him.
He's made it this far.
I might need him in June. I might have to pull up.
We got Storm.
We got Gerald Mack, member for 2 years, $5 super chat. I'm changing the narrative. Iron Man VR is hella fun.
Oh yes, it is. Oh yeah, that's
it is.
Absolutely fire.
I ain't played it.
Then we have Iron Mike, $5 super chat. So if spores are a plot hole in the show, weren't they always a plot hole in the game that everyone praises for its excellent storytelling? There's a narrative around this storytelling thing, and people saying it's one of the great, the greatest story in gaming and whatever. And I will say this. Yeah.
Go ahead, Red Dead. Talk your talk. Come on, let me hear it. Let me hear Red Dead come out.
It is impressive that, so like Gene said, the game translates so almost 1-to-1 because of the level of storytelling in the game. I think what people forget about a game is that, sure, maybe the story is derivative from something in some way, shape, or form, but at the end of the day, the agency you have in that game to play the character and be that, especially with a game like The Last of Us, where at the end the revelation is, I'm the bad guy. I'm the bad guy, and if anybody knows of a certain Star Wars RPG,
you're gonna be the bad guy if you keep delaying this podcast.
Listen. Let me babble. Listen. There's a Star Wars. There's a certain Star Wars RPG where there's a revelation about being the bad guy that I would say
that's cool. Go play that game. What's that?
$10 super chat.
Time
Dorian Gray, $10 super chat. My problem with anything Last of Us is that nothing else is allowed to be good. It sucks the air out of the room. We just came off Arcane, Edge Runners. Nier has a 1-for-1 anime, and people disrespect them.
That's true. Nier. Well, we only saw 1 episode so far, but that 1 episode was 1-for-1. So it is interesting to see Nier and Last of Us both come out. And be 1-for-1. And both of these games are always considered the best stories ever made.
Yeah, there's definitely a Sony bump going on with The Last of Us. I'm not gonna say it otherwise. Tipped Whale, $5 super chat. I just can't wait until Sony remasters The Last of Us TV show.
yo, that was messy. How you gonna remaster the show? Yo.
Now in 8K.
I can't. That was messy.
120
hertz.
We heard you guys loud and clear. You loved the first one, so we're remaking it again.
Yo, how could you do that? Anyway, moving on.
We have Matt without fear.
We're gonna recast people in the remaster.
Time on Addict.
Time
his comments.
Fair.
$5 super chat. Ubisoft sent out a message to staff saying they need to perform better, but didn't address the management issues and workplace scandals. So purposefully tone deaf, I would say.
True.
I still can't get over that.
We have Matt without fear again. $5 super chat. Nintendo underperformed and management took a pay cut. Yeah, that's true. Ubisoft underperforms and Yves Guillemot says, "Work harder, minions."
Damn.
That is a good point. Nintendo did do a lot for that.
We're gonna crash. We're gonna be destroyed.
Yeah.
Let me see. We were back a little bit. We
Got a $2 super chat from Lord Metroid.
Yeah,
Gene likes Super Metroid. He knows perfection.
Gene, do we agree?
Yeah.
Okay. Gene agrees.
You concur. That's
Mhm.
it. We're caught up.
Metroid was
All right, we're all
crazy
caught. All right,
when
get
it
the poll.
came out.
All right, new ILP poll with Starfield now confirmed to get its own deep dive outside of the Xbox Developer Direct. When do you expect to see this showcase? Choices are A, before March 2023, B, between April through June of 2023, C, in soft talk, second half 2023. Or D, I don't care. God, how I better come out with the brown leather on
Let's go.
stage. Salute to the legendary Gene Park of the Washington Post. Not only one of the funnest guests that we've had in the realm, rocked the entire show, which I did not expect, and was absolutely amazing. Brother, where can the fine people find you? Tell them. Tell the realm.
Well, first of all,
What you
I
got
just
going?
want to thank you all for inviting me. It's been a true honor. I was looking forward to this all week.
Oh, thank you.
Honestly, I was looking forward to this. Like once I knew, I was like, okay, I'm good, feeling good. I gotta tell Cog that I'm good to go because I really, really want to go on the Lords.
Yes.
So you can find me at WashingtonPost.com, and you can find me on Twitter at Gene Park.
Nice, brother. Yo, you are an inspiration. Love the brutal honesty, the grind, the stories. I mean, were just tremendous, and just it just goes to show you, you know, your journey, you know, where it took you, all the things you've been through to get there was really just very cool to learn, and like I said, just be inspirational about. And I just love your passion for games, man. This man love video games, and that's what it is.
Love video games,
Brother, salute to you for repping the culture, you know, and of course, you know, you're welcome to come back and cameo or whatever you will. We'll have you back whenever you feel for it. I'm glad we waited because I know me and you were building, and I'm glad we waited to do it now. You know what I'm saying? Because we got the full Gene Park experience. Lord Attic, what did I give Gene his send off and, you know, just tell him what's up.
Yeah, I appreciate you coming on, man. We actually have a lot in common when it comes to the games we play growing up. You're like the older Asian part of me.
What is it? Kingdom Hearts, Resident Evil, and what is it? The other one?
Final Fantasy.
Final Fantasy, yeah.
Final Fantasy. Kingdom Hearts, I wasn't really that into. I still have to play Kingdom Hearts too, but you know, I appreciate it.
That's the better one. But yeah, I appreciate you coming on. We had a pretty good we had like what, almost 800 people in the chat today.
That like
Yeah,
button.
yeah.
Every
likes
like
up, people.
Every like button you hit, it saves a rare animal
In Afghanistan.
So when you hit the like button, remember you say
Save 2 camels in Afghanistan.
King. Tell them in the soft voice to like the podcast.
No. I'm not. You ain't gonna use up my voice at your whim. Microsoft has done that with the pasta Popeyes biscuits I've been eating.
I'm sorry, how did you say it?
That's it though. We got some changes we're going to be making probably here in the next week. The first thing that had to happen was we had to change things over, and this podcast seemed like it was a success.
Yeah.
So we'll go from there.
Appreciate your help on that, sir. I was definitely stressed out while G was there trying to get it right. But anyway, we got it done. And of course, Lord Solve, where can people find you? And also about Lord G, little send off for him.
Nah, Gene, thank you so much for coming on, bro. For me, again, I'm always about somebody who likes to go against the grain a little bit. And the moment you got on the Collins podcast, and then you talked about some of the stuff behind the scenes that people were saying to you. You held strong. It's like there's no reason for me not to be here, and I love that because again, the community. There's so many great aspects of this community. We all should be repping. There's no reason to create divisions between us. It's just and you're a prime example of why the great parts of this community continue to shine. So, and obviously the personal journey you've been through, the things that you've had to deal with, especially the past year. Like I said, when I jumped into the chat. I was like, it's just good to see you up and about,
Yeah,
and kind of back to your old self. So thank you so much, man. Appreciate you coming through.
I appreciate that. And thank you so much for shouting me out on, like what happened on Colin's show and everything. Like I got to stand on my principles.
Absolutely.
I stand by what I believe in. I stand by my actions. That's
preach,
it,
brother. We went through it too. We went through it. Content. We were like, yeah. I was like, look, I guess this is not gonna be the show that you listen to, but we want everyone's perspective, and as much as possible, as long as it's respectful. And it was great, man. It was great to see people having dialogue, again, talking about games in a respectful manner. So that's what it's about. Lord King, where to find people find you, and gotta give Gene that send off, man.
Didn't know what to expect. Right, so it's like a box of chocolates, right? Feel like Forrest Gump, right? And you're going through your chocolates and you're picking out your best. Sir, your journey is incredible, right? But better than your journey is your mindset. And for you to be Cancer, God bless. That's incredible. But your mindset is always in a space of how can you become indispensable? How can you overcome? So you've been overcoming for a long time. So, to beat it, to be here. And I've always looked at the mark of a champion, right? And I can say this, like Earl Spence was in a terrible car accident. His first fight back wasn't a tomato can that he can walk over. His first fight back was taking on Danny Garcia. Top flight champion. Your first article back, you said you wanted to get in there swinging. And that's what a champion does. Don't want no light touches, don't want no soft touches, because there's a young Gene Park looking to take your spot. And he's looking for that weakness. And he said, is this the moment? And you said, hell no, sit your butt down.
Oh, that's what he said?
Absolutely not. Yeah, exactly.
All right, so I truly respect that. And I thank you for being here. You have enriched my life today with your story and your candor. Sir, your candor second to none.
Yeah, always lit. It's lit.
Yes.
Yeah, I like this story.
Yeah. So you can catch me on R&R with the Lords with Attic Tuesdays at 5 p.m. Where we're going to be talking The Last of Us this week. You will have a great time. Attic and I is crafting something very special, and our diverse opinions on a couple of these topics will definitely have you rolling in the aisle. So come and tune in and catch me on Twitter, where I'm probably going to be ranting and raving today for you PlayStation dudes that don't even know what a PSP Go is.
I know. Let's just say, and just keep your eye on social media this week. Just just look out for the Lord. Look out for the Lords this week.
Something might be happening.
Yes.
Okay, all right, let's see.
I don't even know what's happening. So I'm really behind.
Just keep an eye out. Keep an eye out. But look, man, tremendous show again. Salute to everybody who came up in the realm. Appreciate the support. Appreciate the super. I think one or two more before we roll out. I came through. Just want to make sure that we got everything.
Yeah. Okay. So we got Ham Solo in the building. $2 super chat. Hope everyone is having a great day. Happy Sunday.
Yes.
Cool. And then we have, let me see, anything else? That was it. It was
all
Ham.
right, cool. Look, everybody, enjoy your Sunday. An absolute pleasure to have y'all in the room. Again, the legendary Gene Park rock with us. We will see you next Sunday. We got more fun things planned. Everybody, enjoy. We out of here. Peace.
Peace.